for the Jets' new hierarchy, who selects 7th overall and can go in a number of different directions. Knicks and Pistons resume their first-round series in Detroit. Tip-off momentarily. That series is even at 1 after the Knicks came up short late in Game 2. This report is sponsored by Staples, and that's what's happening. I'm Rich. And I'll see you later.
All righty.
Fan 1019 FM, Odyssey app. It's AM to AM on WFAN.
Yeah. Let's go, man. I cannot wait for this. I'm so hyped right now. Like, these are the nights, Last week, I didn't think I'd be on during this. I thought I'd be on after. Last year during the draft, I didn't get to come in until after. I think the Yankees might have played or whatever. I am so hyped to be here live. Keith McPherson on the fan. My guy, Big Zoo-Wop behind the glass. We are going to do our best to keep you updated on the NFL draft. Yes, right in front of me is the 2025 NFL draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. We are less than an hour away. And, of course, Knicks fans, Game 3, Little Caesars Arena in Detroit. The Knicks look to bounce back, and we'll be all over that. I cannot wait to talk to you guys. 888-808-1019. I don't really watch TV. If you've heard me on this radio station over the last 4 years, I'm telling you, I don't watch streaming shows. Sunday nights, my wife made me watch The White Lotus. I'm falling asleep. I don't know what happens really at the end because I was asleep. I couldn't wait for that series to end. I don't know my Netflix login. I don't watch TV. I don't watch shows. I don't watch the news. I watch sports, man. That's it. And sports shows, talk shows, NFL Live, First Take. Well, not really First Take. Sports Center. First Take, I'll take a first glance at, and I'm like, nope. They're talking about the Dallas Cowboys, LeBron again. But you understand what I'm saying. Like, if you're like me, a sports fan, as I'm looking at all of these fans out in Green Bay, what a spectacle. And I've joked about not wanting to go to Wisconsin. I've been there once. I've been to Miller Park, Pfizer Forum. But when you see all of these fans out there, one, it shows you how many fans are in the Midwest that probably could just drive out there. But two, this brings Americans from across the country and people from outside of the country. Football is king. The NFL is king. We are obsessed with this sport. We are obsessed with it in this country. And tonight, we will see dreams come true. 888-808-1019. Tonight, we will see guys who picked up a football when they were kids, guys who put a helmet on when they were little boys and put in the work and the hours and the blood and the sweat and the tears and grinded to be the best of the best. And every step of the way, from Pee-wee football to high school to college, that number got smaller and smaller and smaller as far as the guys that would actually make it. And now that number gets smaller again as far as the guys that get to hear their names called as first-round draft picks. The NFL gets ratings off of this tonight. You're going to hear these guys thank God a bunch of times tonight. They're going to thank mama and daddy and grandmama and family members that they lost, people that were instrumental in their lives. There's going to be some tears. There's going to be some family members. There's going to be some awkward moments with girlfriends, wives, baby mamas, all that type of stuff. We see this every single year. We love it. But what we love about it is the promise and the hope and the faith that our team will make the right pick, right? That you'll get a gold jacket guy, that you'll draft a guy that'll play for your team forever. Once a Giant, always a Giant. Or, become a Jet and help maybe restore the feeling around the Jets. Or whatever team you root for. 888-808-1019. As I see the calls coming in, I know that in New York there are fans of every single team. If you are in New York on a Sunday, you can find a bar for the 49ers, for the Chicago Bears, the Bills, the Vikings, anybody, any team. And when we watch this tonight, we're going to see these teams, some teams that were terrible last year and they get the first crack at picking guys, some of the teams that are good. And you know what I always say about the draft? It's a competition. The good GMs and the good teams, yeah, they're going to be hunting. They're going to be trying to trade up. They're going to be trying to get that one extra piece. You know, teams like the Chiefs, who are always crafty, the Eagles, who are always crafty. No wonder they were in, the last Super Bowl, the Chiefs in the last 3, the Eagles 2 out of 3. And there's going to be a lot of talk about the positions, right? You don't draft a running back high. You might, if you like him that much and you feel like Aston GT is the guy, or, the premium on quarterbacks. As today, I feel like there's so much chatter around Shador Sanders not being a first-round pick. I don't believe it. I'm not buying it. Quarterbacks go quickly. And the Titans are already on the clock. As I'm looking at Cam Ward right now, the Titans are taking Cam Ward. So the first quarterback comes off the board, and the next quarterback is either Shador Sanders or Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart has a lot of conversation around his name with the Giants right now. I took a call last night and someone brought it to my attention about Joe Shane's son, and I had no idea. I don't know Joe Shane's son's name, and I'm not on that like that. Shout out to Mike. Mike DM'd me right after. He's like, yeah, I just called in a couple minutes ago about this. I guess Joe Shane's kid, who we all know from Hard Knocks, Carson Shane, is signaling that, hey, Jackson Dart might be the guy for the Giants. And I learned today that another one of Joe Shane's kids goes to Ole Miss. I didn't hear any of that. All I heard was they were going to Colorado to look at Shador. So we're going to find out tonight with the Giants. If they are going to take Abdul Carter at 3, he should be there. The Browns currently hold the number 2 pick. And with interest inside the top 10 from teams wanting to move up, Cleveland's open for business. Could be some chaos coming. Ian Rappaport just tweeted that out, and I don't know. Nothing is a lock. And Ryan Poles, the GM of the Chicago Bears, said a couple days ago that from what he's hearing and people he's talking to, they're expecting a lot of movement because there's really only a couple quote-unquote generational talents, guys at the top of this draft that are franchise changers that are can't-miss prospects. But other than that, you got to draft the best available and draft the best fit for your team at the need that you have. So I think it's going to be exciting tonight, entertaining tonight. I hope it goes quick as far as these guys putting the cards in, because they stretches. This thing goes to almost midnight. I'm on from 7 to 12. So we will have the NFL draft. We will have the live NFL draft. Zoo will be pushing the buttons, and I will throw to it. Hey, coming up right now at number 3, the New York Giants are on the clock, and you'll be able to hear the live selection right here on the fan. And then what's cool is as soon as it happens, you call the fan, you give your live reactions. We talk through it. We talk about it. We wait for the other teams to pick. We'll probably go 3 Giants and then 7 Jets, but we'll also look at the division rivals and other teams. And when a player does fall, like a Shador Sanders, if he's falling all the way to the Pittsburgh Steelers, we'll go there. It's going to be a fun night. I was thinking as I was driving in tonight, I'm like, man, if I was just a single guy and at home chilling, or even if I used to be a single guy broke just at my apartment by myself, what would I do tonight? I'd watch the draft on my TV, but I'd listen to the fan because it makes you feel like you're watching with other people. It makes you feel like you're part of the conversation. There's going to be a bunch of calls tonight. There's going to be a bunch of conversations and reactions tonight. And then if you got a second screen, an iPad, a phone, we're going to watch this Knicks game, and it just started. I got to get my second screen going right now as I click over to my my MacBook and open up a tab because I got the draft on the TV in here. The thing about the Knicks is we expect them to start fast. We expect the Knicks to come out with some urgency, right? And if they don't, I don't think it's going to bode well for them because they're getting chippy. Right now, it's 3-1 Knicks over Detroit in the first couple minutes, and they're already separating these guys. What happened here? Oh, I like it. I like it just a little bit. Tobias Harris, Mikal Bridges. So, man, this is a fun night for sports fans. I'm such a sports guy. Um, I'm just so excited to be the guy sitting here tonight, watching the game, watching the draft, taking your calls at 888-808-1019. There's no baseball games on tonight. We can dip into our NFL brains, and we can watch the playoffs and pass the time. Let's sneak a call in right now. This is my guy Milton from Brooklyn, the Cowbell Man. What's up, bro?
I am so hyped. Let me just tell you something right now. If there was a WFAN draft with the number one pick in the draft, the Cowbell Man selects Keith McPherson. You are the future, man. You are the man. Let me just tell you something right now. I can't even, as a Jet fan, for the first time ever, I have no idea which way they're going because it doesn't matter which way they go. They have the perfect position at their needs that they could go D tackle, they could go tight end, they could go offensive lineman, and if they miss out, they could come back and get those same players because they're so deep in those three positions, this whole draft. So I'm looking forward to this big move that the Jaguars are going to make. All the Giants are going to pick this and that. It's fun, Keith. This is what life is about when it comes to being a sports fan. I'm watching the Knicks right now. I'm just telling you right now, as a Jet fan, what I want is the offensive lineman from Missouri, if not the tight end. If Mason drops to us, Keith, I'll take him, but I'm not going to be upset tonight. I can't. I've had other drafts where, like, if they didn't get a particular guy, I was going to lose sleep. Tonight, I just feel like it's fun. The door's open for the Jets to make the right moves with the new regime. I just want to know, are you on board, Chief, with the Jets?
Of course I am. I lean gangrene, and I like the business approach that Muji and Glenn are taking. They're not talking. There's nothing to talk about. We don't got to talk about Aaron Rodgers. We don't have to leak anything. There's no rumors coming out of Florham Park, right? So they can't mess this up. Like you were just saying, there are talented players at multiple positions of need. I can't wait to see if I want Tyler Warren. I just think Tyler Warren he's the best tight end. And the Jets to have a weapon like that, I think for this regime, for him to be the first guy picked to be like, yes, this is the type of player we're bringing in, it sets a tone.
And the bottom line is, what I'm looking at is the quarterback that we got, Justin Fields. If you look at the way he played in college, the way he played with the Bears, the way he played with the Steelers, he throws to the tight end all the time. He just loves relying on that safety net. So if he's going to be that type of quarterback that's going to run and he loves throwing to the tight end, why not get him the best one? Why not support this guy starting now and show him that you believe in him? Because I do. Super hyped up we got Fields. And for all the people that say that he can't throw, you are going to look so dumb when this team proves to everybody that they made the right move. I hope we make it a playoff this year. I'm not talking Super Bowl. It's not crazy.
I think they can. He's super athletic. And they're not going to put too much on his shoulders. They're going to tailor this offense around his skill set and what he's good at and what he likes to do. There's also some chatter about Breece Hall potentially being traded tonight.
Yeah, I'm hearing that. Listen, he has that 50 option. He's going to give it to him. You got other running backs. There is a boatload of running backs in this draft. So if they trade them, if you can get a second round pick, a third round pick, and you want to pick up a running back in the third, fourth round, if you want to play, that's up to them. I got to believe in this regime. They're new. I have no idea which way. It's fun that they're new. And they got rid of, I don't know the guy's name. He was there for 15 years. He was a talent evaluator. I wanted them to clean house, and they did. I wanted new scouts. I wanted people that were a fresh mind because all they needs to wake up and spill coffee. Keith, real quick on the next, if they fire the coach, would you rather have Malone or would you have the guy that used to coach Villanova? I'm losing his name. Right.
Jay Wright.
Those two. If you had to pick one, if this guy gets fired, just give me that, and let's go Jets tonight, guys. All right, thank you very much.
Thanks for the call, Milton. A couple things. I'm very interested to see the Jets' entire draft. I think they have 8 picks over these next few days. I just had a video I posted before I went on. If you follow me on social media at Keith McPherson, I'm like, I am intrigued. I cannot wait to see the type of player because that is how they built the Lions, right? That is how the Lions went from being one of the worst teams in the league. They brought in a certain type of player, and they became all-pro players. And now they're a team that you expect to be in the playoffs multiple years to come. 888-808-1019. That is what Aaron Glenn is going to do. Aaron Glenn is going to have a checklist of like, nope, when I was in Detroit, this type of thing came up. That's a red flag. We don't draft guys like that. And with the rumors around Breece Hall, this is a deep running back draft class. There are some backs that are going to fall. Now, when the Jets drafted Brees Hall, he was a steal, right? Because he fell to them, and it was like, oh, they got this guy, and then he burst on the scene. But obviously, Brees has been hurt, and also, the word about Brees last year was just him, running through contact. Him getting yards after he's been touched, and it's just like he's got to run harder. And it's kind of crazy to think that people had him rated higher than Saquon Barkley last year. It was Christian McCaffrey, Brees Hall. Now he's on the trade block. Josina Anderson talking today. Like there's some rumblings. I don't know if it's bait. I don't know if it's real. I don't know what to believe, but we'll find out in a little bit. Now I'm not going to get into the conversation tonight about the Knicks getting a new coach, firing Tom Thibodeau. He's about to coach his ass off tonight. He better have some type of plan, some different type of rotation sets, different looks to throw at the Pistons, because you can't go down 2-1 tonight and then have another game, a matinee game on Sunday in Detroit, and spend all those days in Michigan and just thinking it. Like the Knicks got to answer back tonight and say, hey, we see you guys coming up. We understand you guys are a young, scrappy team. But we've been here the last couple of years. We've got veterans. We got the better coach. JB Bickerstaff, I don't see out coaching Tibbs. So I don't want to entertain Mike Malone, who I understand he's from Queens. So everybody, as soon as the Nuggets fired him, pointed to him as, hey, this guy could be the next guy. And Jay Wright, obviously with the Villanova connection, and Jay Wright is usually in the building. And I don't want to go there yet. The Knicks are up 8-1 right now with about 9 minutes to go in the first quarter. If you're waiting on the draft and you don't care to watch Roger Goodell talk, and I just saw Slim Shady, Eminem just came out to pump the crowd up. The draft was in Detroit last year. And they got Marshall Mathers in Green Bay. I don't think he got the reception that he thought he was going to get. But if you're not trying to watch all this stuff as they just fill time for the draft, man, the NBA playoffs are on. The Knicks are in Game 3, and I can tell right away they've come out with a little different energy, maybe a little pissed off. They're bouncing around. Then it's 10-4 Knicks right now. 888-808-1019 as we get back to the calls from the Jets fans and the Giants fans, waiting to see who the newest Jet and Giant will be. Mike is in Flatbush on the Fan. What's up, Mike?
What's up, Keith?
Talking about sports, holding it down. What you thinking?
Man, I haven't heard anybody talk about this, but maybe, like, if Shedeur falls to 7, how are we not thinking of it?
I heard Evan mention it today. I think Evan was talking about it earlier, and
one idea of him, because maybe it's like the Giants love me, and I'm in the same town, and I'm going to show them, and
I think of that narrative of like sharing a stadium with the Giants. He thought he was going to be a Giant, and the Jets take him, and he's got an added chip on his shoulder.
Yep, he's got motivation. We need prime time for a new generation. And he is, look, I haven't watched too much of it, but I'm watching highlights, and he can move around in the pocket. He can run the ball. I like his arm. And I think he's been coached. I mean, he lived every football since the day he was born. So I think the Jets should take him if he's going.
I don't think the Jets are going to take him. Not this regime. They have Justin Fields. They have Tyrod Taylor. They also have a young Jordan Travis that nobody knows what he's going to potentially be. They just moved on from Aaron Rodgers, basically had Aaron Rodgers fly the country just to kick him to the curb face to face. The Jets, having Aaron Glenn, who is a protege of Bill Parcells, he's looking for a quarterback that's going to be one of 53. Justin Fields will be one of 53. He's not looking for a celebrity quarterback. Shedeur Sanders is one of the most high-profile celebrity quarterbacks to come out of college in a long time, right? This is a kid that was rich as soon as he entered the planet. This is a kid who has had followers and had attention on him when he was a teenager, before high school. Deion had a reality TV show, and he was a star on that show because he was young and he was training, and they nicknamed him Grown. They nicknamed him Grown because he was the youngest of the 3 boys, and he was just mature. He had a mature way about him. And there are so many intangibles about Shedeur Sanders that I think would work well in New York, like that maturity, like the fact that he's already rich, he's already famous. This isn't going to faze him. But I just know that like this process of waiting and waiting and the NFL draft happening and all these anonymous quotes that you're hearing, those people are cowards. People that are talking down on this kid. And if he had a different last name, probably wouldn't have the same energy towards him. I've been getting this feeling from a humble Shador Sanders that they want him to sit in the green room. And well, obviously, Dion is thinking ahead. He's not there. Shador is not in Green Bay. They're at Colorado, where they just retired his number 2 jersey and put his name up in the rafters, right? Like put his name up on the stadium. Shador will be in Colorado with students, with his teammates, with his family. Travis Hunter went though. I remember about that too. They originally said Travis Hunter and Shador Sanders would stay in Colorado. I'm like, Travis Hunter's not doing that. He followed you to Jackson State. He followed you to Colorado. And now that's done as far as being Dion's like faux son, his pretend son, Shador's fake brother. He wants to walk across that stage, shake Roger Goodell's hand. I already saw him there. He had this like pink suit on. He had that girl next to him that he made famous. That's now his fiance. And if you watch the Heisman Trophy presentation, his mom's with him as well. And even his dad, who wasn't allowed to leave, I think the state of Florida or somewhere down south where they live, he's been granted permission to go to Wisconsin to see his son walk across the stage. So I'm interested to see if Travis Hunter goes 2 overall to the Browns. And now on my screen is Abdul Carter. Abdul Carter is he's gonna make great friends with Malik Neighbors. They got similar style, the shades, the chains, the bravado. I think Abdul Carter is on his way to being a New York Giant. Let's go to Ralph in Waterbury, Connecticut. What's up, Ralph? You're on the fan.
Hey, Keith, how are you, man? Good to hear you. How's everything going? Are you having a good time tonight?
Yeah, I just was so pumped to be on during all of this. If I wasn't, I'd be at home by myself. I'd help put the baby to sleep, and my wife would go read a book or watch her murder documentary, and I'd just be sitting there until 10 o'clock and then come to the fan and be like, hey, you guys feel like to be here in real time is exciting for me.
I'm glad. Enjoy it, man. You deserve it. You really do it. It's a good profile for you, too, man. You're getting out there. But anyway, the reason I called, I'm a Giants fan I'm 66 years old. I'm a Giants fan from I'm 10. Tonight I'm a draft fan. I like to go you over there. Let's just watch what the teams are going to do and what the competition is going to be like, and let's just have some fun with this because it happens once a year. Like you said, NFL is king. You know what I mean? So I'm going to have a good time with it. I hope the Giants do the right thing. I don't know what the right thing is, but I hope they're ready for it. And I think they will. I mean, just let them play on the field. Let's see what happens.
That's exactly it, Ralph. Thanks for the call and that angle. There's no game being played tonight. No one can lose tonight. Going back to last year, I came on after the Falcons picked Michael Penix Jr., and I was so excited for that pick because I was hyping him up. I didn't understand why the Giants weren't interested. Oh, he's old. He's injury prone. They're not sure if he's going to. The Falcons paid over $100 million to Kirk Cousins. And I think last year they were fielding calls at number 8 from teams that wanted to trade up to get Michael Penix Jr. And after they did their own homework and research and worked him out and got to meet the young man, and they took enough calls from teams where they're like, this is who we're taking. We can take an edge rusher next year, which they are projected to take an edge rusher when they pick at 15, Mike Green out of Marshall, a guy who was a fast riser this year. But follow me. Like, no one can lose tonight. All this is pundits and analysts saying they made the wrong pick or they shouldn't have traded back or this guy wasn't ranked to go in the top 10 or 15, whatever. You can't lose here tonight. So let's enjoy it. I love seeing these stories. I love seeing some of the guys that didn't go, which I think most of them probably didn't go to Green Bay. But you're going to see some of these kids in the house that they grew up in. You're going to see some of these kids in a place that they rented out for their college teammates and high school teammates and family members to come through and celebrate a huge dream come true and an achievement that not many people get to achieve, being a first-round draft pick tonight. So it's coming up. Before we go to break here, the Knicks, they came out with the right energy, and I told you that arena, man, these Detroit Pistons fans are on their feet. They're active. They're involved. The Knicks had a little bit of a lead here as I go to the box score. Yeah, it's they had a 9-point lead, and now it's tied, Zoo. Yeah, 2020. 2020. I was gonna say mine's a little bit behind. The Pistons have the ball. I guess they're about to knock down a 3 because it's 2017. We got a game here, folks. 888-808-1019. Here's your nighttime host on the Fan till midnight. AM to AM returns right after this. 9-0 run. Chat, what up? Open the show with some passion, with some emotion, with some authenticity. Took a couple calls and away we go. Let's see here. AM to AM, you already know. Ham, what up? Titans straight out of 1, hell no. Keith, can you wish my Jets good luck in the draft tonight? Yeah, all of the luck, all the best. You're a Steelers fan now, Keith. If they draft Shador Sanders, perhaps. I'm a free agent right now. This is a Kenny Pickett jersey. This is in what was it, 2022? Kenny Pickett went 20 overall to the Steelers, and I've said it 1,000 times, but Kenny Pickett went to my high school. I got to meet him when I was 21 and he was 11 at what was called Big Red Football Camp. I played quarterback at Ocean Township High School. He played quarterback at Ocean Township High School. He used to come watch me play varsity games when he was 7 and 8 and I was 17, 18. And then he became the varsity quarterback, went on to go to Pitt, become one of their best all time right next to Dan Marino, and then get drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I'll always represent Kenny. I'll always I bought this jersey as soon as they went on sale. Not a Steelers fan, but why not? Why not? If they get Shador Sanders, could be. I'm a free agent right now. My son will decide what team I'm rolling with. My history, some of y'all know my history. Somebody in the chat tell them my history, what team I grew up rooting for. Show in and Shane and Dable. Shane and Dable. Shane and Dable, man. Yeah, it's already great. It's already a good time to watch this. This is Travis Hunter's already on stage dancing. They're partying. It's a dream come true to see these kids go from college players to professional players. Kenny Pickett jersey's a great look for the shore. Exactly, bro. I'm always gonna rep that too. Like Monmouth County Shore Conference, short thing. It's a lock. Titans need to try and trade Will Levis tonight after drafting Cam Ward. This guy was a terror on my team. I think they have Will Levis. I think they also have Timmy Boyle. You need 3 quarterbacks. I don't know if they're gonna try and trade him. He's probably gonna be pissed though. He probably wanted to be the franchise quarterback. Yeah, the Knicks better go, dude. As I say that, the Knicks are up 8. OG Anunoby knocks down a 3. Bang. Let's see here. I will have you on the tablet while I host a draft show on YouTube. Good, man. Do your thing, man. Don't worry about me. If you're hosting a draft show, enjoy it. Lock in. Josh, what's up, man? Oh, yeah, I saw your tweets. I haven't really been on Twitter. I glanced at them, though. I appreciate the love. Taurus season. Hope the Giants and Jets get good players for their team. Yeah, me too. He's pumped up for his show and draft. Enjoy the energy. KM to AM. I'm out 1019. Have a great show. Yeah, make sure you guys hit the phone line and chat with me on air. Early for Nets off-season talk? Nah, people are talking about Giannis, and I hate Giannis. I don't want to see Giannis on the Nets. I think when we get to, May 12th, when we find out NBA lottery drawing, I think it's May 12th, right? When we find out where that ball is going to bounce, yep, draft lottery will be held May 12th. that's when we kick up some of the Nets stuff. And I think I will do a live for that on this channel because I know there's a lot of Talking Nets fans still locked in on this channel. Someone said the other night, you ditched the Nets. It's not that I ditched the Nets. This is business for me. This is what I do to make money. This channel is monetized. I'm at work right now. The Nets are not a money maker. They're not profitable. The Talking Nets show and podcast I was doing is not a needle mover. I moved the needle as Keith McPherson way more than the host of Talking Nets. But that doesn't mean I can't return to it. Like I can always return to talking about the Brooklyn Nets. This Nets world will be rebuilt. Hey, what up, man? In here. Albert said he called the number. What happened when you called? You called the zoo? Cowboys Nation, don't leave just yet. Ted at 12. Supposedly, Ted Aroa McMillan said he doesn't like the nickname Tet. It's T-Mac or Nalo. Let's go Yankees tomorrow. Get that jersey off. Man, shout out to the Pickett family. Good drop, Zoo. Draft day, Johnny Manziel. Remember that? Remember when Johnny Manziel was supposed to go to Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys? And where did he go? Cleveland Browns. Cleveland can't screw this up tonight at number 2. Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter? They're going to take Travis Hunter. I already know it because they have Myles Garrett and they just paid him a boatload of money. And I mean, that would be an unstoppable combination up front. But Travis Hunter being viewed as the best corner in this draft by some and the best wide receiver in this draft by some, the Browns can't screw this up. You take this kid, and he's going to figure it out on one side of the ball. And if he figures it out on both sides of the ball, you have a unicorn in the NFL. You have history being made. You have must-see TV. And I'm not going to say that he can't do it. It just hasn't been done before. It's not likely. I think Kevin Stefanski and those guys got to be hella crafty with how they actually get him on the field on both sides of the ball. But shout out to Travis Hunter, Heisman Trophy winner. I just saw him on stage. He was hitting his 2-step. He was dancing, having a good time. Like, I love that, too. Don't be so serious. Like, this is fun. You're living a dream. You're going to learn where you're about to move to, what franchise you're about to play for, what colors you'll be wearing next year. He wasn't taking himself too serious. He was on the band dancing, or on the stage dancing with the band, like a random, like, I don't know, cover band out there. Keith McPherson on the fan, 888-808-1019 as we get ready for the NFL draft. Watching this Knicks game, it is entertaining. It is a little bit of a lift for me to focus on the draft, focus on the show, watching the Knicks game, and talking to people live on my live stream. But it's fun, man. Like I said, if I was home right now and there was a Yankee game on, I'd just be in the crib taking notes by myself, waiting for the time to pass. So happy to be here tonight. If you'd like to talk to me, if there's a question you have or something that's on your mind before we know who the Giants are taking, who the Jets are taking, where Shador Sanders is going to go, where Ashton Jeanty is going to go, dial the number and we'll have the conversation for all to hear. Richie's in Queens. Welcome back, Richie. Everything. The sports are sportsing. It's the most wonderful time.
It's like Christmas, though. It's one good time of the year. You know, it's funny. It's just something the Giants won a great game. I guess we're Giants, as you know. We're now hoping that the NFL team does the right thing. I was thinking now, since you obviously, I want them to get the address Carter. That means to me, Thibodeau could be trade bait, maybe 34. Maybe you will come up to, I don't know if the Bears would give up their team, or maybe the Bengals in 18 because they got their quarterback and we get caught. But I think as a Giants in 60 years, I'd be happy with that. You get a real top player, and then maybe have a potential kid down the road. If it's not him, or the kid from Alabama. But I think they're going to do their best to somehow, some way, try and get a quarterback. And I don't know if they can wait to 34. It's going to be difficult if these guys are going to be on the board. So, I'm just curious. Do you think that's feasible that they would trade up to maybe 10 or 12? The teams that have quarterbacks and Thibodeau would be enticing them?
I've been saying it all week. It takes two to tango. And if they really do want to go get Shador Sanders or Jackson Dart, they're going to have to give more than a little. Like they're going to have to give up Kayvon. They're gonna have to give up some picks in this year's draft, next year's draft. Like they're gonna have to give more than they might be comfortable with because the teams that they're going to be dealing with know what they need. No, they know the Giants are struggling. They know the Giants, picked Daniel Jones in 2019, and that didn't work out, and he's not there anymore. And Saquon, like the NFL knows, and we all know what goes on with all these teams. So if they want to be able to trade back into the first round from the second round, they're going to have to give to get. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to do that for a Jackson Dart, for a Shador Sanders? I think they might just be. I think they might just be okay with taking Abdul Carter and waiting for tomorrow.
The issue with that is they they have a decent year with the quarterback they have this year. They win 9 games. They're going to pick 20. Who's going to be available?
I hate to be the guy. They're not going to be picking 20th in the next year's draft.
They pick the 3.5. You might be right. They might win 3 games again. Well, real quick, I think there's 2 things that are happening. In football, the running back is to be not elite, but like secondary. I think obviously Barkley has changed that. There seems to be that, what, a good running back is you don't have to wait till the 5th round. I think some of these guys can be picked earlier. And I think Alonzo will be doing for first baseman. The first baseman kind of have big runs.
No Alonzo.
They really don't produce. So when you see guys at positions, I think down the road, teams can say, hey, we're going to have to overpay for certain things. So,
yeah. Thanks for the thought. Thanks for the call, Richie. As far as the running backs go, there are not many Saquon Barkleys. So let's not get that twisted. Let's stop the call there. Stop thinking that, okay, there's one Saquon Barkley. The Giants couldn't get the Saquon Barkley 2K, say 2K, say 2,000-yard season. You need a lot more around the running back to get that type of season. The Eagles knew they had the offensive line, the quarterback, 3 receivers, a defensive line. They hit in the draft last year on 2 corners right away. Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean. They had Reed Blankenship. They brought C.J. Gardner-Johnson back. I mean, Zach Bond was a guy that no one was looking at. No one was looking at. He was a special teams player. And they bring him to the Eagles as a linebacker, and he goes, oh, Howie Roseman is a genius. So I know that Ashton Jeanty, he put out this whole thing. I think it might have been in the Players Tribune where he was like, draft the guy that they can't tackle, and kind of likening himself to, like, he had a letter to NFL GMs. Most people, they watched the Eagles win the Super Bowl a couple months ago. They watched Saquon run through everyone in the playoffs, and they thought to themselves, this is amazing. Don't start the letter off talking about Saquon like you're Saquon, bro. Not for nothing. Like, you played at Boise State. We saw you against Saquon's alma mater. You were not going off like Saquon. So, what I'm saying is, if the Jaguars take him and think that he is the final piece, he's not. The Jaguars need a lot more. They're starting over again. Liam Cohen, the Duval. I never heard anybody say it like that. If you listened to me last night, I told you I grew up spending summers in Jacksonville, in Duval County, Sherwood Forest, Reebok. Like, I've got over 100 family members down there. Never heard anybody say Duval. Like, that's your head coach right now. And shout out to him. He's a UMass product. Brandon London from New York Post Sports played with him at UMass. He might be a great coach. I mean, he's highly regarded, but a goofball start for him. Do not draft running back at 5. But if they do, that's what people are projecting them to do, that changes the board. 888-808-1019. Ashton Jeanty thinks he's coming in to be Saquon. The NFL will humble you quickly, bro. Saquon is an absolute weight room monster. He's got vision. He's got speed. I don't have to tell you, Giants fans. You guys know who Saquon Barkley is. So I do think that Saquon's season brought the importance of the running back because, how did Saquon lead the Giants? Started go back to a pain point, but it was like, we're not paying a running back. We're not paying a quarterback $40 million and paying a running back. Maybe you should have paid the running back. But then you see Derrick Henry have a good year with the Ravens. Josh Jacobs have a good year with the Packers. Joe Mixon have a good year with the Texans. Tony Pollard have a good year with the Titans. All those guys went to other teams. Their teams let them go, and they went elsewhere, and they prospered. Who else am I forgetting? I'm sure I'm forgetting another running back that went elsewhere and had a good year. So now people are understanding, like, okay, it's not that the running back is devalued and like whatever. It's not like and the right running back in the right system is going to help you. Drafting the right running back in the right, like, what is Bijan Robinson able to do for the Falcons being drafted in the top 10? The Jaguars better learn. What did Leonard Fournette do for you? Playoff Lenny had his run, but he had his run with the Bucks and Tom Brady. I wouldn't be taking a running back 5. I think Ashton JT is going to fall a little bit, but shout out to him. I learned that he grew up overseas. He started playing football overseas, and he did have a great year. Did not win the Heisman. Was second to Travis Hunter, and we'll see where he falls, where he comes into the league, and who wants to take him on, right? He said it's tackle football. You know what I'm saying? I draft a guy that they can't tackle. The kids that you played against at Eastern Washington and Wyoming and San Jose State, yeah, they couldn't tackle you. These NFL players can tackle you one-on-one. Let's go to Lawrence in Oklahoma City on the fan. What's up, man?
Hey, man, thanks for giving me into it today. I'm happy that we're probably going to end up being a guy. It's kind of like two chains and flipping on your balls. It's three overall pick. You need a quarterback. You keep passing on quarterback. And what's he going to do today to upsecure his own future? Because Abdul Carter is not enough to make this team that much better. To where, you know what I mean? I think he's going to keep his job at the end of the year.
Thanks for the call, Lawrence. So I've talked a lot about Joe Shane. One, he shouldn't be here. I've been saying this since last season. One, they should have fired these guys because everything is compounded, convoluted, and murky right now because it's like these guys, they can't just go and just draft the best available because there's so many different people saying different things. There's so many voices. The report is it's been contentious because people are saying, hey, you're drafting at 3. This is year 4. Take the quarterback that you want at 3. If it's Jackson Dart and people are saying he shouldn't go that high, but you want him, like if he profiles better in Brian Dable's offense and Dable wants him, then just take him at 3 and to hell with what people say. If you believe in him, but what did they do? They went out and signed Russell Wilson and Jameis. So you really don't need to spend that number 3 overall pick on a quarterback, but you need a quarterback of the future. Russ is a 1-year deal. Winston is a 2-year deal. And like they're both over 30 and might not be any good this year. You have a tough schedule. But what does Joe Shane have to do? He has to have a masterful draft. He had a pretty good, solid draft last year. Because a lot of those players that they picked, from Malik Neighbors, Tyrone Tracy, and in between with Theo Johnson and Drew Phillips and Tyler Nubin, those guys played. But there were times last year where I was like, they're playing on a glorified college team. This is one of the worst teams in the NFL. Like, of course they can roster. They did a great job of letting go of Gettleman's good picks. How many times have we gone over that on the fan? From Xavier McKinney to Julian Love, to Leonard Williams, to Saquon Barkley. 888-808-1019. Brett is in Mamaroneck. Come on. I don't be out there. I'm Jersey kid. I'm for sure.
I get it. So yeah, no, I heard you just talking about Gen Z before.
Yeah.
Hey man, I've been saying this all year. So I mean, full disclosure, I'm an Iowa Hawkeye football fan, and like I mean, Gen Z plays in the mountain, but like he didn't play with Chuck Jones,
right?
Deion Henderson, and my guy Caleb Johnson, who granted, I mean, I'm probably very biased.
No, but he's getting a lot. There's a lot of chatter about him, and there's been because people are like, some people say they'll take him over G.
All year.
Look at Tyrone Tracy.
Yeah. Well, look at any Iowa player that plays in the NFL.
Cooper DeJean. I was the first person on this radio station talking about Cooper DeJean way before the draft last year.
I would have told you that he was going to be a star freshman year of college.
He's filthy.
I mean, you look at Judkins, you look at Travion Henderson, you look at Caleb Johnson, what they did against Big Ten defenses. I mean,
Omarion Hampton from North Carolina. Even though North Carolina was not good, and JMU blew them out of the water, he's going to fit in somewhere. Go on.
But the thing about Hampton is he did play in the ACC, and the ACC is kind of like a 4 or 5 now left.
It's definitely better than the Mountain West. That's why I joked about it. Like, all right, perfect example, right? What happened to Zach Wilson? Ton of hype coming into the draft. They drafted him 2 overall, and then you go back and look at the film. It's like, who was he playing against? Western Michigan and Coastal Carolina in a COVID year?
My thing with Zach Wilson was this: is I think when you're evaluating quarterbacks, you gotta get guys. Like Zach Wilson was what, a 1-year starter at BYU?
Yeah, one real good year. He had more than 1 year, but one real good year where he burst on the scene.
That guy, like last year's class, I love, right? Because you had Caleb Williams, starts at Oklahoma, goes to USC for 2 years. Like the guy was a 2.5-year starter in college. Jaden Daniels, right? Starts at Arizona State, then goes to LSU. That's a 3-year starter. Bo Nix is a 4-year starter.
Yep, go on.
We did 3 at Auburn, 1 at
Oregon.
Well, I think he did 4. I think he had an extra COVID year. Like what, Knicks,
Yep.
Indiana, then goes to
Washington.
Like if you're evaluating quarterbacks, the thing is, like you have to get a guy. That's why, like when they talk about this quarterback thing, like the guy's 25 years old or the guy's 24 years old, I sit there and I'm like, that's a net positive because that means the guy's first of all he's older,
mature,
he's a little bit more mature, and he's probably been through a little bit of adversity in his career.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about with Tyler Shuck. Because Tyler Shuck is at Louisville, Oregon, and somewhere else, maybe Texas Tech. They're talking about this kid. They're like, this guy's 25. This guy, I think went to high school, the same high school as Brock Purdy, or there's a picture that's floating around of him at prom with Brock Purdy. So, what I'll say, and thank you for the call, Brett. That's good football insight. And I've said this from my own little bit of football experience. Playing quarterback, you need reps. You need reps. You need to see defenses. You need to run plays against different defenses and have different things thrown at you so you can process information faster. So there's nothing that you have. Why is Aaron Rodgers such a savant? There's nothing that he hasn't seen. He knows what everybody on the field is doing. There's no panic. Now, he got older, couldn't make certain throws, didn't have necessarily the speed and quickness and whatever. But, like, how many clips do you see Aaron Rodgers, the one that where he tells the safety, like, you're not coming, back up. You're not, because he knows that you have to cover that part of the field. You're not blitzing. You're showing blitz. But I know if you come, that's going to leave that part of the field vacant. I know what you're doing because I've seen every defense, every coverage, every blitz over and over and over again. I've watched a ton of film. I've had a ton of reps. So I like when, last year's class had a bunch of guys that transferred. So not only did they get a bunch of reps, they played in different systems, different climates, different conferences. That prepares you. As a quarterback, you just need to get reps. And I was correct. Chuck went to Oregon, transferred to Texas Tech, and then played a year at Louisville. I mean, there's some rumors that the Giants might be interested in him, but I don't really think so. I think that they want to draft Abdul Carter, which also, if you guys remember, a couple years back, they should have had Micah Parsons. And a lot of people are comparing Abdul Carter to Micah Parsons. So that's almost like a mulligan for the Giants, even though it was a different regime, for them to get their Micah Parsons and Abdul Carter, literally gift wrap that number 3 sitting there waiting for you. And if you're familiar with Chop Robinson, who was drafted by the Miami Dolphins last year, Chop Robinson came in as a rookie and made an immediate impact. He was 21st overall. He wasn't 3 overall, but so what? there's a good shot that if you draft Abdul Carter, he makes an immediate impact. He might be better than Kayvon today. Fred is in Smithtown, New York, next up on the fan. Hello, Fred.
How are you enjoying the show?
Thanks for joining in.
Yeah, man, listen, I'm going to go in a different direction. Well, not John, okay? I want the best wide receiver available at number 3. Just stick with me for a minute. I'll roll with Wilson. Team manager, don't turn the ball over. I don't need you to throw for 400 yards. I got 2 wide receiver one. We need points on the board. I'm tired of watching my team go inside the 20 and got touch of it. Needs to build the team first. We draft the quarterback in this draft. It's a wasted bet. They don't like it. Build the team first, then worry about your quarterback the next year or the year after. We got Tracy. Let average O line win healthy. Build the team. We'll have 2 wide receiver ones, and we need to start putting points on the board. I'm getting tired of this. Now you enjoy the draft.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Fred, but I immediately disagree. You drafted Malik Neighbors last year. Look at the season he put together. I'm not drafting another topper. I'm feeding him the ball. And that was the problem last year. He had to catch passes from Daniel Jones, Tommy DeVito, Drew Lock, Tim Boyle. If you can get him one quarterback that he can get reps with, Daniel Jones did a good job in camp getting him the ball. If he can build some kind of rapport with Russell Wilson, you feed that man. I'm not using a 3 overall pick on a wide receiver when I just took Malik Neighbors last year. Hell no.
It's kind of funny, right, Keith? Because this sounds a lot like a certain conversation we might have been having with another wide receiver for the past couple of years in Garrett Wilson.
Sure.
When is Garrett Wilson going to get to have one quarterback? When is he going to have a guy that he can work with? Because look what he can do. And we are in year, I think, 3, 4 of Garrett Wilson, and we still don't have a permanent guy or even a guy that you look at and say, okay, we can guarantee he's going to be healthy, or not guarantee, but feel comfortable he's going to be healthy and feel comfortable that he's going to start every single game. That's the difficult game we play with. Also bringing in another wide receiver, another potential.
There's only one ball. There's only one ball. There's only one ball. And, when you talk about Garrett Wilson, you had Mike White, you had Zach Wilson. I mean, you had Aaron Rodgers, but Aaron Rodgers wanted his buddy Devontae Adams to come in. And then even though Garrett Wilson did get a ton of targets, clearly there was an issue there because Devontae Adams was Aaron Rodgers' first read and only read. 888-808-1019. Receivers are the sexy pick. But, in my head, I'm looking it up now. I'm like, has a receiver ever gone 3 overall? They don't go 3 overall. I mean, Marvin Harrison, okay, Keyshawn went 1 with the Jets, and is like, in hindsight, what did they win taking Keyshawn Johnson 1 overall? Keyshawn won with the Bucks. Marvin Harrison, when he came, why am I blanking on his name now? Too many sports in my head. Out of Pittsburgh. Where did he? What pick was he drafted? Marvin Harrison Jr. went 4 last year, and there was reports just a couple weeks ago that the Cardinals wish they picked Malik Neighbors. So anyway, going back, Fred, I like the thought because you're a Giants fan. You want to see them score points. You want them to have a semblance of a 2025 NFL offense. We're in a time where there's fantasy football, there are parlays, there are prop bets. People are betting on. You want to see points. All the rules in the NFL are tailored for the teams to be able to score. Roughing the passer, pass interference, you want to see that, but this is also a deep class of wide receivers. You don't need to take. Here's another thing to debunk what you're saying, and I'm not trying to be mean, but they're saying Tedero McMillan is going to fall to 12 to the Dallas Cowboys. They had him as a top 10 pick. They had the Jets taking him at 7 just a couple weeks ago. So you can't use that on a wide receiver at number 3. The Giants need to take Abdul Carter and plug him in right away and rush the passer. I heard Shane say that on Hard Knocks last year. Protect the passer, rush the passer. 1 hour down, 4 hours to go. Keith McPherson on us, man. Call us up before the draft starts. We'll be right back. What they talking about, man? What they saying, man? Draft a wide receiver at 3. Hell no. Yeah. I'll get to Mitchell first, and then we'll kind of build the hype for the Giants pick coming in. it takes a minute though. Like it's gonna take if it's starting at 8, the Giants aren't picking until 8:40. They might be on the clock at 8:30. Yeah, smart. Yeah. All right. See, like that's what you know what to do, and you don't need instructions. I'm talking to Zoo. You see how I completely swerved the Alonzo conversation, and I got the memo. Um, let's see where we're at. Dominic said, "Nice jersey, appreciate it." T Mac, it is T Mac to the Dallas Cowboys. Zach Martin instead. They're not going to. There was some conversation around Tyler Booker for the Dallas Cowboys to take an offensive lineman, the kid out of Alabama who talked about like legal assault, right? How he loves football. His brand of football is like to make guys not love football anymore. But they also have a huge need at wide receiver and make the sexy pick. Make the sexy pick. Knicks not really pulling away here. Second period is on and popping. 37-35 Knicks. Let me look at the box score so I can keep track with who is scoring and who is not. Right now, Karl Anthony Towns leads all scores with 13. OG Anunoby's got 10. So clearly there's an effort to get everybody else involved. Mikal Bridges with 3, Jalen Brunson with 5, Josh Hart with 4, Campaign 4 points off the bench. Keeping an eye on that. Also about to hit the chat and clear the chat. Appreciate all y'all watching and listening. I saw someone that said they were listening. Let's see. Um, Keith got you on the radio and the tube. Big ups, bro. That's mad love. No delay on the internet, huh? You sound so much better on the radio than the internet, bro. Well, yeah, because the microphone that you're hearing me on is my built-in MacBook microphone. When you're listening to the radio, I'm on a Shure SM7B. Now, the next step is for me to wire the audio into my MacBook. I'm like, I got to talk to engineering about that. I don't even know if they clear that. Travis Hunter with the real shocking pink jacket walking on the stage. Hey, well, he is the Heisman Trophy winner. He is the unicorn. He is an attention getter. He's got millions of fans. He's got a girlfriend that he made famous. He's a big TikTok dancer and video gamer. And yeah, when those guys pick out their suits, he said, "Give me the pink one. Give me the pink one." The thing is, though, this is forever. Like they're going to show this forever. So hopefully, you really are confident in that pink suit because that's going to be how you are immortalized. The crowd at the draft in Green Bay is insane. Huge turnout tonight. Yeah, can't wait till Buffalo hosts the draft in the next couple of years when the new stadium is done. That's going to be a good one. Why is Micah not signed? Because Jerry Jones is like, first off, Jerry Jones is at the age now where I think he should be removed. He should like step back, let Stephen Jones really do things. But he's so rich, and the Dallas Cowboys are worth so much money. They don't care that like Myles Garrett got signed before that. Um, Mason Crosby got signed. Not Mason Crosby. Max Crosby got signed. The price has just gone up for Micah, and every day that they wait, the price goes up. Micah said, "Talk to my agent," and Jerry Jones came out and disrespected his agent. Said, "I don't know his name. Never heard of the guy." Like, come on. David Mugaleta, I believe, is his agent. Um, he represents a ton of players. So this is Jerry Jones being Jerry Jones, and he's going to cost himself money, and that's going to hurt against the salary cap. And it is what it is. That's why the Cowboys um, drag their feet with CeeDee Lamb. Stupid. They drag their feet with Dak Prescott. Stupid. And here they are again, dragging their feet with Michael Parsons. It doesn't bode well for roster construction. Keith, how are you doing today? Hoboken OG. Anthony, what's up, man? I'm good. I'm good. Thanks for joining the chat again. Appreciate a lot of you guys that are, rocking with me in this community every night. Pam, always can count on Pam. Maybe the Steelers with Shador. Yeah, I'm wearing the jersey. I think it could be in play. Carl Anthony needs to stay out of the corner. Well, he's got some points. Let's see.
Good evening at 8:01. This is Rich Ackerman. The NFL draft is about to begin in less than a half an hour. We'll know the identity of a future New York Giants, the third pick overall, and are expected to go with Penn State Cowboys. GM Joe is The Jets will pick within the hour as well with their first selection at number 7 overall, the first pick made by new GM Illusion. The Pistons and Knicks game 3 in Detroit, as has been the case for the first two. Detroit now on a 10-0 run over the last minute and lead the Knicks 44-39. Giving them a good spark again off the bench with 11 points. Tim Hardaway Jr. with 2 points. This probably is
I'll see you. Oh boy. A little bit after 8 p.m. tonight, April 24th, the NFL Draft, Game 3 of the Pistons-Knicks series. As I'm watching the Knicks game in here right now, I'm starting to I've tried to be really positive. I've tried to kick that conversation about they're the better team and they're the better coach team. And like they came out with a certain energy tonight, but they're being matched. Basketball is a game of runs. Pistons just went on a 10-0 run, as you heard. Act just mentioned before that they had a 9-0 run in the first quarter, and it's just like they just have answers. The Knicks still can't defend the three. Now Tim Hardaway Jr. has come alive, and as much talk as we heard about, like how young these Pistons are, it's Tim Hardaway Jr., it's Tobias Harris, it's Dennis Schroeder who are coming up big. So I mean, we're about to lock in on the draft. It's inside 8 o'clock. The draft has begun. Roger Goodell is riding a bike on stage. You know how they ride the bikes to practice during the preseason in Wisconsin with the cheese heads, like I guess the symbolism there. But last thing on the Knicks before we leave the Knicks alone for a while, and we probably won't tap in with the Knicks until the third quarter after halftime. Tim Hardaway Jr. has 18 points. He's 5 of 5 from three. You gotta come on. You gotta get a hand in his face. Cade Cunningham has 11. Dennis Schroeder has 11 off the bench. So for the Knicks, Karl Anthony Towns leads them with 13. They're getting him going, but Karl Anthony Towns wants to shoot. He's 3 for 6 from three. He's got to kind of get in there and bully it up in the paint. OG Anunoby's got 10 points, and clearly Brunson, who said it's on him to be a facilitator to find guys more. He's got 2 assists. He's only got 5 points, and I'll leave it at that. Right now it's 43-39 Pistons with about 6 minutes to go before we get to the half. Oh, look at this. Lil Wayne on stage, James Jones on stage. You got to love the draft, how they play into the themes of the location. I remember it used to be at Radio City Music Hall. I went there in my senior year of high school for the draft. That was the year we went to sleep. We woke up the next day. It wasn't Reggie Bush. It was Mario Williams from NC State, and he went to the Texans. Yep, my memory serves me correctly. 888-808-1019. In this hour, we expect the Jets and Giants to pick. And let's take these calls before we get there. Mitchell is in Queens. Mitchell, you're on the fan.
So just piggybacking some of the things that people led off with before, I do think there's a more recent, and I don't know if there's someone more recent than him who was drafted third overall as a receiver, and that would be Braylon Edwards. That's one.
Browns, right?
2005.
Was he drafted by the it's not smart to draft a wide receiver. There's these wide receivers now, you can get them in the 20s and they're impact players. But yeah, go on.
I'm going to talk about the guy who's talking about IL football before. So as a Jets fan, the last 10 years, I've been more of an NFL fan than a Jets fan because there's nothing to watch. And my favorite player to watch in the league is George Kittle. And listening to Thomas and me drop earlier on BT and Sal was like, we got to have him. If this guy could be even a fourth of what George Kittle is, that's that. And for me, the Jets have four major needs: defensive tackle, offensive line, receiver, and tight end. And one thing that we need to watch out with, which I want to hear your opinion on, Mason Graham, I have a feeling is going to flip and someone's going to get a gem in him. And I would not be upset if he's there upset if the Jets take him, but Tyler Warren is my guy.
You can't go wrong either way. Thanks for the call, Mitchell. I think Tyler Warren can be better than George Kittle. That's his comp. But like you guys know, especially if you play fantasy football, George Kittle a lot of times is feast or famine, boom or bust. Sometimes he is nothing. Other times he's got 3 touchdowns. And I look at Tyler Warren as a bigger body. I look at him as a better runner of the ball. He's more violent. George Kittle has been great, but he's kind of tailoring off. Tyler Warren is a beast. Tyler Warren is a different level. He can do so many things. You can line him up, obviously, in the line, hand in the dirt. You can put him out in the slot. You can put him in the backfield. You can put him under center. You want to run a tush push and protect Justin Fields? This kid is lined up under center. Played quarterback in high school. I don't know. I'm locked in on the Jets getting Tyler Warren, but Mason Graham, he's a big boy on the interior defensive line. That is going to be problems for a lot of people, I don't want to compare him to Mozzie Smith. I think I said this before. The Dallas Cowboys have taken 2 defensive linemen out of Michigan in the last 10 years or whatever, Capo Charlton and Mozzie Smith, and they've both been bust. I think Mason Graham is going to be more like Aiden Hutchinson coming out of Michigan, who's clearly not a bust. And now the Titans are on the clock. Dun, 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 dun. Dude's laughing at me. I'm not a sports like geek or nerd, but I get geeked up. I am a football guy. I'm a baseball guy too, and a basketball guy. But like football is different. Like I would say, football is a sport one that I played. I've said 1,000 times I wouldn't be on WFAN right now if I didn't go to school playing college football and get my degree. But like football is a sport that from I think like 5, all of it from the draft. And they started showing us the combine, college football. I remember there were years when I was a kid. I didn't put 2 and 2 together that college football players went to class. So on Saturdays was watching college football like it was just minor league baseball. Like I love football, man. I'm American. I'm a young guy who watched TV and picked up a football and went outside to throw it and play. I had the thought today. It was warm today. I'm like, damn, it's a draft today. I want to throw the football. I wish I had somebody to throw the football with. I'm looking at my son. He's 2. I'm like, he's not there yet. We were playing football in the house the other day. All he wants to do is like eat the ball and like run into the couch. I'm trying to teach him like blue 15, red 88, set up. He doesn't know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to teach him handoff. Handoff. I'm like, yeah, you're the running back. I'm the quarterback. In a few years, I'll have a permanent guy to make play catch with me. I think by the time my son is like 5 or 6. But I don't know how that's going to go either because I'm throwing the ball at him hard, and he's probably not going to have too much fun until he gets a little bit older. Then I dream of the day that my son is throwing the ball hard at me, where I'm like, I can't do this anymore. That day will never come. I don't think he'll ever be able to throw the ball hard enough to make me not want to have a catch with him. 888-808-1019. Harry in Clifton on the fan next as we await the first pick in the NFL draft 8 minutes from now.
Hey, Keith, how are you? You're my number 1 pick on the fan, I'll tell you that much.
You guys are too nice. That's 2 callers that have selected me number 1 overall.
No, I gotta tell you, you bring logic to the fan, and that's what is being missed on a lot of shows. But in any event, I don't have much faith in Shane, whatever the hell his name is, and Dabo. And I don't have much faith in the Giants scouting. I mean, we failed miserably on their first draft. I mean, I don't think Thibodeau is a very good linebacker. If you watch him rush the quarterback, he's got one move, and that's it. You never see him dip inside or go to
rush from another position, and then of course Evan Neal, who should have been moved to guard in the second year. Now he's still a project, and he's going to be moved to guard this year, from what I read. But in a perfect world, I would like the Giants to have Joel Carter and Jackson Dart. I like Jackson Dart. He's played a lot of games. Eli Manning, coming from Ole Miss, has given him thumbs up. Oh, anything Eli says, I'm gonna, in God we trust, and Eli we trust. So that would be my perfect one-two draft picks for the Giants. But lastly, you don't build a team with a number one pick and needing the number one pick. You build a team with your later draft pick. And that's something the Giants have not been able to do.
Thanks for the call, Harry. And you know what? You just made me think of something. Like when these guys came from Buffalo, why were they brought from Buffalo? It always gets positioned as Josh Allen. They picked Josh Allen, developed Josh Allen. They also brought Buffalo back to relevance by building through the draft, by hitting on players that they selected, and then just bringing in guys like a Stephon Diggs, bringing in a Von Miller, but having, for the most part, guys that they drafted from like Tre'Davious White, who I actually saw just signed a one-year contract to go back there, Matt Milano. I don't know. I'm blanking on some of the top picks that they drafted and landed, and that was the thing about Buffalo. How did they return to prominence? How did McDermott's team get built? Well, Shane and not Dable. Dable was a coach, but like they built Buffalo through the draft. So I think the Giants are on their way to doing that. They made mistakes with the two top picks that they had a few years back with Kayvon and Evan Neal, but nobody thought that they were mistakes at the time. That's the thing. And I think back then, when you talk about the Giants scouts, they were kind of inheriting some old scouts and some old pieces, and also inheriting, Gettleman's roster and living off some of his decisions. Um, I'm going more off, and there's been way more misses than hits, but I'm going more off of last year's class. Shane hit on most of those guys in that draft class. They got to do that again, and I don't think that they can screw it up tonight. If they're able to get Abdul Carter at 3, if he's there and they punch that ticket, good. And then if they're able to trade back in from 34 in the second round to wherever they get to in the first round to get a Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders, many people are leaning Jackson Dart from all the ties from Old Miss with Eli to Carson Shane, the GM's son, posting him on Instagram to, I guess, Shane's daughter going to Ole Miss, and Dart being more of a mobile quarterback, and people saying that, like, I literally heard Todd McShay say that Shedeur is not going to be drafted because Dable doesn't want him. Like, he's not a Dable guy. And after watching both of them and meeting with both of them, Jackson Dart is more of a Brian Dable guy. Well, you should pick the guy that your head coach, who is so highly regarded in NFL circles. Aaron Rodgers said he has a beautiful football mind. Todd McShay, I've been paying a lot of attention to. He's like, he talks about how Brian Dable can coach a guy up. And you've seen it. You've seen him get the most out of Tyrod Taylor, the most out of Tommy DeVito. Okay, let's throw right now to the draft. Here comes the first pick.
NFL draft. The Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward. Miami.
Shocker. They just spent 3 minutes showing Shedeur Sanders highlights. I don't know why. Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward work out together. I forget the name of their quarterback coach. But yeah, shocker. Done. Now, this is what I'll say, Giants fans, before we take a call here. I've been saying this. I think I heard Big Mac talk about it 2 nights ago. And I think he mentioned Sean Morris said something too about it. Remember this day. You had the number 1 pick a few months back, losing 10 games in a row. Remember this day. If this kid comes into the NFL playing in the AFC South against the Colts, who their starting quarterback might be Daniel Jones, playing against the Jacksonville Jaguars, who might draft a running back at 5, and they have a new GM and new regime, new head coach, and the Houston Texans, who seem to be all right, are in the right hands, but there's no guarantee what they're going to be. Cam Ward is talking about winning a Super Bowl as a rookie. He already came out there with the quote saying he wants to be the first rookie quarterback to win a Super Bowl. You will be haunted by him similar to the way you're haunted by Jaden Daniels. Oh, wow, they're moving fast. Cleveland's pick is in. Wait, they're trading the pick. Cleveland is trading their pick to Jacksonville. Oh, see, let the game begin. So now it's here. Like, who do they want? It's not the running back. It can't be. Do they want Abdul Carter? Or do they want, oh, now I'm intrigued. They want Travis Hunter. And you know what it was? Before they won a game or two, I think they were in the top 2 or 3 picks, and people were putting mock drafts together saying Travis Hunter was going to go to Jacksonville. They want Travis Hunter. Interesting. Now, I gotta end the show because I want to lock in. I want to go on Twitter. I want to see what people are talking about. This is all happening in real time. Let's take a call from Gary in Waterbury while we wait to see what the Jacksonville Jaguars will do with the number 2 overall pick.
Victoria Cavalier.
Here.
I smash cheese after your beats, no release, so I step on
The girls scream like I'm Keith.
and again, full Philly and full Soto, and shouts to my man Ronaldo, my man LeMan, my brother Doug. And I don't know what the Giants are going to do, and I'm not sure that they know either, but I would accept trade offers, just like Cleveland did. I'll move down this year to move up next year to take ours.
Well, we're about to know what they're going to do because if the Jaguars take Travis Hunter, they're going to stay put at 3 and take Abdul Carter.
Yeah, but we're not winning anything in this division anytime soon. There's no chance. No matter who we get when. But I'll put all my eggs in the Arch Manning basket. And what position you want Dallas to draft? What position you
Wide receiver, Tedero McMillan from Arizona at 12. If he's still there, you take him. If he's not there, you got to just take the best available player, and they have a lot of holes.
Love you, dog.
Thanks for the call, Gary. So I'm in real time refreshing Twitter. I'm trying to see what they gave up, right? Jordan Schultz with the comp. The Browns received the 5th overall pick. That's where the Jaguars were picking. The 36th overall pick, so they sent them their 1st and 2nd round pick in this draft. The 126th overall pick, so they sent them their 1st, 2nd, and 4th round pick, and their 1st round pick next year. It's got to be Travis Hunter. It's got to be Travis Hunter. And if if it is, I'm about to text my cousin Frankie like, Duval. We got a break. This is great. Keep it fixing on the fan. 888-808-1019. It is 54-49 Knicks with 2:33 left in the second quarter. We are waiting in the next 4 minutes to know who the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to take. Let's hit this break. When we come back, more of your calls, more conversation around the NFL draft. This is fun. I like this kind of party. All right, y'all. Jalen Milroe is actually okay. So they're swapping picks. Jalen Milroe is actually a Jalen Hurts clone, just a bit faster. Maybe. I'm not gonna say that yet. Milroe's got to develop as a passer to get to Jalen Hurts um, level. My over the air digital antenna isn't picking up ABC, so it's WFAN to follow the draft. Travis Hunter playing both positions. I don't get it. You gonna get it. That's what he does. That's how he plays the game. The draft has officially started with the Brownies trading back. Yes, sir. Got to be Travis Hunter for real. Gotta love the draft. It's amazing. It's so fun. Now it's like super intriguing. It's like suspense. I get text. 8 text messages. What are they talking about, bro? Delete or junk. I want to check in and see how things are going. See the post. Killing it. It's got to be Travis Hunter. Amazing. Duval, they feeling it. Okay. Duval. Kenny Pickett, man. Kenny Pickett. From my town. I told you I haven't put a Dallas jersey on in a long time since they lost to the Packers in the first round. Uh, they got to take Tedero McMillan if he's there, bro. If he's not there, Matthew Golden. Here's the pick. Come on, Eric Armstead. Slow ass. We're not trying to look at you, bro. Let's go. Good for Trav. Going to the Ville. Down south. Didn't have to go to Ohio. Never really went fishing. I think in camp we did, but I'm not a fishing guy. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're back. Keith McPherson on the fan, KM to AM. We are watching the draft live, and we will be able to cut into the coverage of the draft. Let's go right now to the second pick from Green Bay. Duval, the Heisman Trophy winner, is going to the Ville, going down to Jacksonville. The New York Giants are on 888-808-1019. You got to love that. A couple things about that while we wait on the Giants pick, and we'll probably go right to it so that it's not short, so that we get to it quickly, and it's not us being right up against it. Obviously, we're juggling these things in real time. The new GM of the Jacksonville Jaguars, as I talked about, they are starting over. Like, it's crazy. We were just talking about them taking Ashton Jeanty at 5 and how that would be a mistake. Nah, these guys have come out and asserted themselves. Their new GM is 34 years old. I'm trying to find his name right now, but that's a bold move. That's how you win in the NFL. Go get a player that can play two positions. So it's 2-for-1 deal. If he's not a great receiver or it doesn't pan out as a corner, whatever, you figure the other one out. But if he is able to play both, you have a unicorn. You have a not Shohei Ohtani. It's harder to do what Ohtani does, but a Shohei Ohtani type player that's must see TV in the NFL. 888-808-1019. 34. His name is James Gladstone, the NFL's youngest general manager. And his first day on the job, really, he comes out swinging and he hits a home run. I'm telling you, this kid, and good for Travis too, and good for his family. He's from the South. Um, I'm trying to figure out where his dad was at because he's from West Palm Beach, Florida, and his dad was under like okay, the Giants pick is in. Let's go. Oh, I just saw it hop up on the screen. I'm like, I'm not. Hey, I don't want to be talking over it. This is huge right now. As I'm filling, time, I don't want to mess up the actual live announcement of the Giants pick zoo. So let me know. Just put your hand up and I'll throw to it, and I'll make it less than 5 words. Travis Hunter from Florida, and I think like that's where his dad was at under parole or house arrest or however it is. His dad was able to come up there. Um, Now, like, I don't know. I think it's great. Maybe his dad will be able to go see him down there in Florida. Go, like, you don't got to go to Ohio. You have to go to Cleveland, right? Joakim Noah said nobody wants to go to Cleveland. Good for him. Good for this kid, and good for the Jaguars saying, okay, we're gonna take a swing at this thing. To hell with them kids, right? And it's obviously pick swaps. I think when I read the comp and the exchange, if I can go back to that, I only read what the Jaguars are giving up. If I can go back to it, they're kind of like, it's not just Travis Hunter. There's some more in that deal. So I'll work on trying to find that as we bring calls in and as we wait for the Giants pick. And I think Zoo probably is going to chill on the calls because once the Giants pick comes in, that's when we're going to get a flood of reactions and conversation and people talking about, okay, now what do we do and what does this mean and how does this work? Do we trade Kayvon? Do we trade back in to get into the first round? Let me see. Um, so the Browns gave up the number 2 overall pick, and they're getting a 4th round pick and a 6th round pick in this year's draft from the Jaguars. And look, here's the Giants boardroom. You see Joe Shane, Brian Dable, Brandon Brown. They just went away from it. This is history right now. It's in, I don't know, Zoo. They're doing the drone footage. Who's this walking to the stage to present the pick? I think we got to go to this now. It's Goodell, but then somebody's going to come to the stage on behalf of the Giants and announce the pick. Let's go to it. We got it. Hit it. Abdul Carter from Happy Valley. Are you happy with that, Giants fans? 888-808-1019. You did land one of the 2 generational players in this draft. Like the 2 can't miss prospects were Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter. The Jacksonville Jaguars swoop in to get Travis Hunter at 2. You stay put where you are and you get Abdul Carter. This guy, his suit that he is rocking, what is this like something you wear to church? He's got the big ass chain, got the shades. This guy's a baller. He's a superstar in the making. He's gonna wreak havoc. This is a guy that says that Lawrence Taylor is the best player in NFL history, and he's gonna model his game after him. This is a guy that you put in, and you plug him in right away, and you tell him pin his ears back and go and get after the quarterback, right? There's a lot of people talking about the Giants and when they were good and having those guys up front, like Michael Stricken, like Justin Tuck, like OCU Manure. Well, you can never have too many pass rushers. They rotate these guys in and out. They try to keep these guys fresh so that late in the game, when that same offensive line is getting tired, you have guys with fresh enough legs to keep getting after it. This is a young guy. This is a young guy straight out of Philly who said he's going to leave Philly behind once he comes to New York. There's a license plate guy, of course. Shout out to the license plate guy. Had to know he would be out there. And yeah, there's a fresh blue jersey with Carter on it. What number is this kid going to wear? Can't wear 11. And I always love this right here. 6'3", 250 out of Penn State. They're going to give you the whole spiel. They're going to give you the whole, highlight package of Abdul Carter. He's an edge rusher. He's coming off the edge, and he's going to beat the tackle to the spot and get to the quarterback. Like I said, he might be better at that than Kayvon today. 888-808-1019 as we wait for Giants Nation, for people to call in. And I think everybody, for the most part, in these last, few days, this last week, knew that it would be Abdul Carter at 3, no matter what happened at 1 or 2. Obviously, the surprise is that Jacksonville trades up to 2 with the Browns to get Travis Hunter. Woo, that offense is going to be cooking. Now I'm starting to think about that. Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter, Trevor Lawrence. It's now or never. Liam Cohen, being an offensive mind, he's going to get that going for sure. I knew they weren't taking Ashton. It never made any sense. But Giants fans, are you cool with this? Are you happy? Is this mid? Does this not make you that pumped up or excited that you lost all those games to get an edge rusher when you already had Kayvon Thibodeau, when you already had Chauncey Goldson, who you signed, who last offseason you traded for Brian Burns, paid him a lot of money. You already have arguably the best defensive tackle in the league. I just think that this makes you stronger. Now the strong point of the Giants, right? If you look at their team and their roster, what's the strongest part of their team? Defensive line. 888-808-1019. Are you already on to, okay, it's a long night. It's a long draft. We've already seen Jacksonville trade up from 5 to 2 and what they gave up. What's it going to take the Giants to trade up? And how far are these quarterbacks going to slip now? Now is where it really gets interesting because let's see what these picks in the top 10 shake out to be like. If no quarterback goes, how high do the Giants have to climb from round 2 to come back into round 1 to get the quarterback? And that's the whole thing with this first night. And they keep showing Shador Sanders in Canton, Texas. I guess they canceled the whole Colorado thing that they promoted because Shador's not there, and neither is Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter went to Green Bay. They had said that they were going to do like a pep rally type of thing at Colorado. But they keep showing this empty couch. It says legendary. Shador's podcast is too legendary, and he has scheduled tweets of legendary that go out every couple hours. And obviously, he's such a high-profile guy, being the son of Deion Sanders. They immediately cut to Deion Sanders after Travis Hunter gets selected. How far does Shador fall? How does this play out? And do the Giants trade back into the first round and go Jackson Dart and not go Shador? I think they're probably going to lean Jackson Dart. Like Shador could come off the board at some point, and then Jackson Dart is still there. So then that changes how high the Giants have to get. 888-808-1019. Last night, someone called and suggested that the Seahawks at 18 would be the trade partner with the Giants, and that's where you would have to get Shador Sanders or to get Jackson Dart. And a lot of people are thinking Shador could fall to 21, so you got to get ahead of the Steelers. There's a chance that the Saints do have interest at number 9, but we got to see how these other picks after 3 shake out from 4 to 10. Let me do this right now. It is halftime, and as we are looking at a commercial break in the NFL draft, at halftime, I guess the Knicks made a run right before half. I guess they turned it on because they're going into the half up 66-53. That is very solid. That is very good. Let me try and see what went on here. Going to the box score, who turned up? Okay, everybody in the starting 5 turned up for the most part. Mikal Bridges went from only having a handful of points to having double-digit points. And Karl Anthony Towns has 7. OG Anunoby, 18 points. Brunson, 13. As soon as I take my eyes off the Knicks game, they must have went on some runs to match the 9-0 run, the 10-0 run that the Detroit Pistons had. And it isn't the bench at all. It's all of their primary guys. Brunson, Cat, OG, and Bridges all have over double digits. So the way that this is looking in the second half, there's a good chance that you could have 4 of your starting 5 players with over 20 points. And that is spreading the look. That is a different look. That is a change in the plan of attack from Tom Thibodeau and the New York Knicks. I'm kind of upset that I missed it. I was locked in on the draft. They must have went on a run. They ended up outscoring Detroit 33-26 in the second quarter. The Knicks had 33 in the first, 33 in the second. Detroit had 27 in the first, 26 in the second. Let me go to team stats as I refresh here. In the team stats, where's the disparity? Field goal percentage. Knicks are hitting 50% of their field goals. Detroit, 38%. Knicks have knocked down 9 out of 19 threes. Detroit, 10 out of 19 threes. Where are they at with the rebounding? Because that was a big, there we go. 24 rebounds to 19 rebounds. The Knicks have 5 more rebounds than the Pistons, so they're actually crashing the boards and doing what they're supposed to in the first half. I know it's only the first half. They're also passing the ball, 15 assists to 9 assists. Clearly, there's been an effort to get everybody involved, move the ball around, find the open guy. Steals, active hands, that was crucial in the first game. 7 steals for the Knicks, 2 for the Pistons. Total turnovers, those steals, right? The Pistons have turned the ball over 8 times, the Knicks only 4. Points in the paint. I gotta go. I gotta watch and see if in this halftime report they'll give us some of the highlights. The Knicks have 24 points in the paint. I just said Cat's got to get in the paint. Maybe it's not even him. Uh, maybe it's Bridges with some of the mid range. Brunson getting to the rack. OG, 24 points in the paint. That's 3 times as many as the Pistons have. Fouls, 10 fouls for the Knicks, 14 fouls for. Okay, we are going back to Wisconsin. The next pick is in. It's the New England Patriots. Go ahead and hit that, dude. See, they make a lot about the short arm guy, and he said, hey, just turn on my film. I've been balling for years. Nobody's ever said anything about the length of my arm. 888-808-1019. So now the first offensive lineman, first tackle comes off the board. And what does that mean? That means the Jets, who might be looking at Armand Membu, the tackle out of Missouri, will he fall to them in the next 3 picks, or will somebody take him before that? He's going to be the next tackle taken, we assume. And, we'll keep an eye on that, keeping an eye on the Knicks game, waiting for them to show these highlights. Again, the Knicks are up 13 points going into the second half. So they obviously went on a run and played some defense. And refreshing Twitter here to try and get as much info as I can. Yeah, Field Yates already put the picture together. Man, that Travis Hunter number 12 jersey is going to sell. He's got Brian Thomas Jr. right next to Travis Hunter. Who's stopping those two? Trevor Lawrence, throw the ball. Throw the ball up. Let's see. Okay, this is moving along this year. There must have been a message. The 5th pick is in on Twitter, Zoo. If we can go there. The Browns swapped with the Jaguars at number 5. Do we have it? Twitter being out there in Green Bay. I won't ruin it. I'll let it be announced and let everybody hear it, just in case you're in your car, just in case you're not by a TV or an app with Twitter or Wi-Fi or any of that. Waiting on the 5th pick. So right now, we just got the Patriots' 4th pick, Will Campbell, the offensive tackle out of LSU. Right before that, obviously the Giants picked at number 3, Abdul Carter. Giants fans, call us up. Tell us how you feel about getting a guy that profiles to be a Micah Parsons type. And then obviously at number 2, the Jacksonville Jaguars traded with the Browns. The Browns are on the clock now in the position that the Jaguars are in. Let's take a break here. When we come back, we'll have the Browns pick at 5 and probably be queued up for the next pick at 6. And then it's the Jets at 7. Pearson on the fan. Don't go anywhere. BRB. Okay. Yeah, what the? I'm gonna be with you in just 1 minute, chat. Give me a sec. We got the Knicks on. We got the draft happening. They're actually moving these picks along quickly, which is to my delight and my surprise. They got down. It wasn't just Florida. They got down. So that's what it was. That's I'm like, because how did they flip this? So who was doing the scoring? Everybody, OG, Mikhail, because Mikhail had single digit points. Jalen, a bunch of it was incredible both sides, okay. Defense and offense. Yeah, because it wasn't just that they only outscored by 7 in the quarter. It was the fact they went. Bro, you're here and you're watching the game. If you want to chime in at any point to hit that, feel free. Yeah. Ooh. I need the real time draft board here. I need the real time like picks in front of me on ESPN. Draftcast. Yes, this is what I needed. On the clock. Okay, I got it. They don't have the Raiders yet, but the Raiders pick is in. Let me see what y'all talking about, man. Okay. Okay, by then, because the Raiders have already picked, by then we're coming up on the Jets pick fast. The Raiders took Jainty at 6. So before we know it, the Jets are going to be on the clock at 7. Yeah. Got it. We're throwing to the Browns pick at 5. Okay. And we're back. Welcome to New York, Abdul Carter. Welcome back into WFAN, the fan in New York, the home of the Giants. Giants fans dial 888-808-1019 so we can get your reactions to a guy that could be a gold jacket guy, could be an all-pro, could be defensive player of the year. Now let's go back to Green Bay for the number 5 overall pick. Get you caught up with who the Browns took with the swap with Jacksonville. So there was some conversation earlier in this show about Mason Graham potentially falling to the Jets. I did not think that was going to happen. Some mock drafts did have him falling to 9, but he's arguably the best interior defensive lineman there. As now we're seeing, linemen come off the board. The first tackle gone, the first D lineman gone. The picks are actually, I am pleasantly surprised how quickly these picks are moving. There must be a memo sent. There must have been, some type of effort by the NFL to say, hey, we can't go to midnight tonight. You guys know who you want. Put the card in, and let's get these guys out there. So I have it all right in front of me, but I will not reveal it to you until we can go to the actual audio. We can continue to do that. But again, I'm taking calls at 888-808-1019. It's wide open. We'd like to talk to Giants fans, whether you're happy, whether you're sad, whether you're in between, whether you're already off the number 3 pick and you're now really waiting and hoping with some type of suspense for the Giants to trade back into the first round to take a quarterback. Now the picks are actually happening, and here we go with the number 6 overall pick, the Vegas Raiders. A running back at 6. There he is. And Tom Brady is obviously involved in that conversation. Pete Carroll, Spytech, the new GM, is involved in that conversation. They had terrible running back play. They were relying on like Amir Abdullah and forget the other guy in the beginning of the year. People actually drafted him in fantasy. I'm like, no. They had no running backs. So immediately, Ashton Vinty goes to Las Vegas, and good for him. He stays out west, not that far from Boise State. And he goes to a team where he's RB1 right away. Now, will he be Saquon? No, I don't think he's going to be Saquon. They need a lot more out there, but they got Geno Smith, and they got a couple of receivers, and they have Brock Bowers. So he steps into an offense where if he can be a game breaker, if he can break those long runs, as they're showing on ESPN right now, as we've seen him, break a couple tackles at the line of scrimmage and then take it to the house 50, 60 yards. If he can be a home run hitter like that and flip the field, maybe he could be Saquon, and I think he's going to try and pattern his game after Saquon. But Saquon is able to do that because of the big boys up front, because of the threat on the outside with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, and even the threat that his quarterback poses as a run threat. 888-808-1019. The Knicks are into the second half. During halftime, I was in here talking to Rami, and Rami was filling me in about the run that the Knicks went on. I think they went on to a 20-3 run, or maybe a 23-3 run to end the first half. And now the Pistons have come out in the second half with a 13-4 run of their own. It is 70-66 Knicks. So that 13-point lead has already evaporated a little bit. I told Rami, hey, I'm watching the draft. I can't really watch the ins and outs of the game. I got both on. I've got the Knicks game on my MacBook. I've got the draft on my screen, and I've got Zoo in my ear telling me when the picks are coming in, and some people talking on Twitter and in the live chat. I'm like, Rami, come in here. Maybe after the third quarter, we'll get Rami to come in here, definitely when the game is over, since he's able to watch the game in real time and tell us what he's seen. So 888-808-1019. Still taking calls, looking for any reaction from the Giants fans on Abdul Carter. But it's hard to react when we've been reacting all week. Everybody's kind of known that Abdul Carter was going at 3. We've kind of known since Brian Dable went out to breakfast with him or whatever it was 2 weeks ago.
Everything that he is, and potentially could be, as we heard on the scouting report. They're saying he's probably the best prospect in this draft. I can't disagree with that. I love this kid. But for me as a Jet fan, the Jets are sitting on the clock. Mason Graham just went at 5. I mean, that's a guy I desperately wanted. I desperately wanted him on this team. I thought he was the perfect fit to stick alongside Big Q and start actually letting that man eat the way that he is supposed to. And I think Graham will be able to as well because nobody will be able to contain that duo. But now that he's gone, I really look at this spot and I mean, listen, you can go out and you can get an offensive lineman. I almost want to trade down, and I'm always a fan of trading down. I don't think they're gonna do that, but like that would be the dream scenario for me. Like if I was playing Madden right now and I was in control, I'd be trading back.
We already saw a first-year GM trade up. We haven't seen anybody but the Browns trade back. It's all about calls, right? So clearly we heard reports just 2 days ago that the Browns and the Giants were fielding calls. And obviously the Browns had a call with Jacksonville that it takes two to tango. They both decided on a move, and it got done. As the sun has now set in Green Bay and it's dark, we are patiently waiting for the alert that the Jets pick is in. I do not expect them to move at all. I expect them to make the sexy pick. Take Tyler Warren. 2 Penn State guys in the first 7 picks. Make the sexy pick. Take this tight end who is like, he's not just like a tight end. I know it's a deeper tight end draft, but this is a guy that I think can come in and be an instant impact game changer. You didn't take Brock Bowers last year. You took Olu Fashanu out of Penn State last year. Make the sexy pick. You can find other offensive tackles that I think will be, fine in the second round. This tight end to me is just head and shoulders above the rest of the tight ends in Tyler Warren. And, this sexy pick for Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn to start their regime, it fits a need, and I think it's just going to fire the fan base up. I remember I made the tie to John Riggins being drafted, I think, 6 overall by the Jets all those years ago, and Tyler Warren saying that his dad showed him highlights of John Riggins, and that's why he wore number 44, because his dad told him, when you get the ball in your hands, you run violent like this. This is how you're supposed to run. Make it happen. The Jets are on the clock. We are waiting. They just went to commercial. I'm expecting them to come back and have the pick in, and I'm not going to lie. I'm cheating right now, refreshing Twitter to see if anybody. Yep, I do have it. I do have the pick. I'm not gonna. Now I gotta chill because as soon as I hit refresh 1 minute ago, it is there, and I know anybody listening that is on Twitter and some folks that are watching me live on the stream in the chat. Mo B in the chat says JETS. Anthony Caputo says the Jets just picked. So we are waiting for them to come back from commercial break on ESPN, and then we will throw to the Jets pick, and you'll hear the live call from Green Bay. Again, Pete McPherson on the fan, no calls. But I understand you're watching the Knicks game, you're watching the draft right now. If you're listening and you already knew what was going to go down with Abdul Carter going to the Giants, it's not really a shock. I wonder what WFAN was like the night that Daniel Jones got picked. I don't know if I was listening. 2019, who was on? They probably were, but maybe they weren't on in real time. Maybe they didn't get on until later that night.
No, I actually think we might have had a draft show with Boomer and Phil Sims that night. I'm not sure if it was that year or not, but we definitely had one at one point with them. And I mean, I don't remember the reaction to Daniel Jones getting drafted, but I definitely think that people were willing to give him a chance. Like, I don't think it was negativity when D Jones got brought in.
The fans were negative. Like I saw this video today from Barstool where this guy is like, you had Josh Allen. Josh Allen's going to get a gold jacket. Not Josh Allen, the quarterback from the Buffalo Bills, the pass rusher that came out of Kentucky and went to Jacksonville. It was like Dwayne Haskins was still there, and they ended up getting Dexter Lawrence right after. And obviously Daniel Jones was the second quarterback taken because Kyler Murray was taken first that year. But I just remember people freaking out. There's a video of some kids in their living room. One kid just is like on the floor gyrating. Okay, the Jets pick is in on TV, Zoo. Let me know when you have it. There it is. Send it.
With the 7th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Armand Membu, Missouri. Tackle.
Not the sexy pick, but on brand with this quiet all business, professional Jets regime. I talked about this earlier in the week that this is what I think they're going to do, that I want them to make the sexy pick. No, they're going to make the smart pick, which is we don't need to be flashy. We don't need to make headlines. We don't need anybody to talk about us. Armin Membu, nobody is leading their draft show talking about the Jets taking Armin Membu out of Missouri at 7. But looking at him, he looks like he's got some. I mean, I don't know if his last name is African or not, but he looks like he's got some African ties. Him and Olu Fashanu, they're probably going to hit it off. Those are your two tackles now. You have two bookends: Fashanu at left tackle, Armin Membu at right tackle.
Talk about watching where people came from, viewing maybe how people might go, their tendencies, where they come from, what helped them learn in this league. And you look at Imuji, you look at Aaron Glenn. I mean, especially with Glenn, he's been there from the day one with everybody over there in Detroit. He built that thing with an offensive line, and that's what they're doing here. They're trying to get the guy that is going to be the force of this group, the same way that Penei Sewell has been for Detroit. And hopefully, with both of those guys, like you mentioned, Fashanu last year and Membo this year, I think that it's going to be one of those opportunities for the Jets to have their guy here. And Keith, if you don't mind me saying right now, we actually do have ourselves a little scouting report on our man the Jets just picked. Let's play it right here.
Armand Membu tackles Missouri. An eye-popping athlete who sports a 32-inch vertical jump and a 600-pound squat. Membu is a polished pass protector with quick footwork and tremendous body control. With clear NFL traits, he has high level upside. The one issue is he's undersized for a tackle, standing at just 6'4". He may struggle against power rushers early on, but even so, his athleticism and ability in blitz pickup give him the potential to become a reliable starter at the next level.
Thanks for that scouting report, Connor Gang Green. Connor's a Jets fan. Hopefully, wherever Connor is, he's happy with the pick. Breaking news coming from the G-Men. The fifth-year option for Kayvon Thibodeau has been picked up. Correct, Zoo? Correct. Okay. And I see now, as I'm refreshing Twitter, the Joe Shane and Dave Bull are talking about, how Abdul Carter jumped off the film as a true freshman, and we're starting to get more picks. The picks are moving faster. Maybe they told him we cannot take all night with these picks. If you know who you want, run it. And the Jets make that pick, and Zoo took the words right out of my mouth. Penei Sewell was the 7th overall pick for the Detroit Lions at tackle in 2021. So kind of like history repeating itself, and me saying like I'm interested to see what they do with this team and what type of guys they pick. You don't need the sexy pick of the tight end. That's like a luxury. That's a splash pick. They have a hole at right tackle. They go and get a guy that could play right tackle for the next 10 years. And also the learning curve, just from my opinion, like for a tackle in this league, not saying that it's much different for a tight end, but you plug in a tackle, he should be able to start day one. He should be able to start day one. So good pick for the Jets. They do the businesses. It's been quiet, not sexy pick, and they get the guy that some people had as a top tackle, based off of the criticism of the arm length of the guy that the Patriots took out of LSU, Will Campbell. Okay, 888-808-1019. We got to break it down right here, and Marco hit you with the update. 2 hours down, 3 hours to go. We're watching the draft. We're watching the Knicks. We're waiting for you to join the show. Call us now. Keep McPherson on the pen. I will be right back.
Good evening, 9 o'clock. I'm Marco Williams. Of course, brought to you by the New York Auto Show. Visit AutoShowNY.com. Also by Dr. Jay Scott, Tim Williams, Team Management, and we won in the third quarter. Knicks got 75-73 advantage on the Pistons. Pistons strikes out scored them 20-9 here in the third quarter. Knicks led by as many as 14 in this one. Carl Anthony Towns putting to bed game 2 performance. We had just 10 points. He's been aggressive all night. He's got 22. He's got 6 rebounds as well. OG Anunoby only had 10 in game 2. He's got 20 points. Jalen Brunson hasn't found his shot. He's 3 of 11, 1 of 5 from deep. He got 13 points. He also handed out 6 assists, 12 points from Mikal Bridges. Only 4 coming off the bench. That's a Cameron team getting it done for the Knicks. Meanwhile, the other side, Small Way Jr. torched them. 6 of 8 from deep. He hit his first 6. Got 21 points. Henry Struber off the bench for 13. And Keith Cunningham, he's got 17. The Knicks and Philly Pistons 80-75. 4 minutes left in the third for the 2-1 series lead. At the NFL draft, just coming down a few moments ago, the Jets going to tackle Armand Membo out of Missouri, who expects to be the right tackle for Dan Green. Giants found their guy, who had Bill Carter. He now hopes to solidify the rest of that defensive line, with Devon Tiller also getting his 5th option picked up. The Carter, unanimous All-American, third defensive player to be taken in the top 3 in Giants history, joining Lawrence Taylor and Carl Banks. He's also from Philly. He grew up an Eagles fan, but that's it. After the ESPN, no surprise the Titans going Cam Ward at 1. Browns traded down from 2 to 5 with the Jaguars. Jacksonville gets Travis Hunter. New England at 4 takes LSU tackle Will Campbell. Browns land D tackle Mason Graham at 5. Raiders follow Bridges to run back from Gentry. 70 degrees, blue sky, 6 o'clock for the Capitals.
No.
The sports are sportsing. Keith McPherson on the fan. I'm watching the draft. You're watching the draft. Or maybe you're just listening because you can't watch the draft. 888-808-1019. AM to AM. We're watching the Knicks. The Knicks are up 81-75 with less than 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. Maybe you're watching the game. Maybe you're not watching the game because you're listening to me talk about the game, and we will have reactions to that. We will have reactions to the number 3 overall pick to the Giants, Abdul Carter out of Penn State. Also, just came in before the break at number 7. Not the sexy pick, but the smart pick, the solid pick, the under-the-radar quiet pick. The Jets take Armand Membo, the tackle out of Missouri. We will have audio from Abdul Carter, an interview from him at the draft, his reaction, and I am going to try and get the sound from Shane and Dable speaking as well. But again, I mean, I can talk all night. I don't know if you guys noticed or not. Like, I could fill up this whole room with words until 12 o'clock in polo, like just me. But the whole dynamic here is we get Giants fans to call, tell us how you're feeling, what you're thinking. Now, picks are starting to happen right now. Receivers are coming off the board. The first receiver, Teteroa McMillan, comes off the board. Now we're starting to see different players get drafted where it'll start to shake up what's going on. McMillan was projected to go 12 to the Dallas Cowboys. He goes 8 to the Panthers, and that's a spot that people thought, Shane, his connections to Carolina, the Giants could trade back up, go there, and take a quarterback. Now the Saints are on the clock at number 9. Will they go quarterback? Who?
I feel like this could honestly be a surprise pick. This could be a Jackson Dart spot. But you have to see.
Yeah. There's been some rumblings. Obviously, he's down there in Mississippi, not far from Louisiana. Kellen Moore might have, an eye for this kid. And I don't know why, there's been so many comparisons to Jalen Hurts' game. And, I do know why. Jalen Hurts' game and Jackson Dart's game, who was the offensive coordinator last year with the Eagles and Jalen Hurts going to the Super Bowl with Kellen Moore. He leaves, goes to New Orleans. Maybe he wants to run that same style offense with Jackson Dart. And I don't know. It's such a high pick right now to take someone like Jackson Dart, who was nobody had him as a top. They didn't. He rose from, and I've been talking about this all week. He rose from a bowl game against a Duke team that did not have their starting quarterback, did not have their starting middle linebacker, was missing a couple of other players. With, you know, because of NIL, in the end of the year, they threw some people in, and it's Duke. And I know he played in the SEC, but man, if you go look at some of those games in the SEC, that Florida game. Okay, we got the next pick. Okay, I got a lot going on. I'm looking at the picks coming in. Okay, this is what I was looking for. We have Joe Shane talking about Abdul Carter and how long this has been on the Giants' mind. So we're going to start feeding in audio from Joe Shane. We'll get something from Abdul Carter, and then hopefully we get some stuff from the Jets and their pick as well. Can we go to that audio from Giants GM Joe Shane talking about their third overall pick, Abdul Carter?
Yeah, Abdul, one of those guys that is a true freshman, jumped off. You're just watching anybody against Penn State. He's putting off the ball. He's moving at different speeds than everybody else. So, as personnel folks, you're always, man, who's that freshman? Like, how big is that receiver? I think I jumped on the film already. So, he was one of those guys. So, he was on our radar from early on in August. Like, we got to see Penn State. We got to go see this guy play. I don't think it was in line in Ohio State. I was going to see live, the article. He's Notre Dame. So he was always the guy that was on our radar that was special talent. And, again, we're just fortunate.
Can't go wrong with that, honestly. No one can be mad at that pick. And if this guy wreaks havoc, if this guy is on that defense, which he will be, on that defensive line with Dexter Lawrence and Brian Burns, Sexy Dexy, Spider-Man, and then Darth Vader, like, you need to rush the quarterback. You need to hit the quarterback, especially when you're playing against Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, Dak Prescott. You need to have the loss of yards. You need to be able to flip the field. All that. It's good stuff. Now let's hear from the Giants head coach, Brian Daboll. And, a lot was made about Brian Daboll being on campus at Penn State and going to breakfast with Abdul Carter a couple of weeks ago.
I had a chance to get some breakfast with him when I went down to Penn State to visit my daughter for a parents' weekend. We had lined up, and in the morning, we were getting ready to leave. I went to a breakfast spot down there at Penn State. I've been to a few times. And we had a great breakfast, great meeting, great kid. And he's an exceptional player. He's got great quickness, bend. He's hard to block. He played off the ball the year before, and he has some instincts in that area as well. Smart. Just had a really good meeting with him, and then he was up here. One guy that was evaluating. Look at him from an offensive perspective and think that I think we might have to do if we ever had to play against him. If we have certain guys in our division that are similar to that. But he's coming in. He's going to do everything he can to help us out, and he'll start from ground zero with us, and Daniel and Charlie. But he's got a great personality. A lot of fun to be around. He's a good football player.
None of that matters besides, is he a dog? Is he going to go in there and tear it up? Is he going to be the type of guy that Giants fans can get MetLife Stadium loud on third down? Like he talked about that, how he likes to play to the crowd and get the intensity up and the energy up on third down and make a big play, make a big stop. So can't go wrong with that pick. 888-808-1019. Isn't it interesting? Like these coaches and even the GM, they have kids at Ole Miss, kids at Penn State, so they go visit their kids and they can do their jobs. Okay, the next pick is in, and this is the number 9 pick we were just talking about. Would the Saints pick Shedeur Sanders, or are they taking Jackson Dart here?
The 9th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr., tackle, Texas.
Now, the tackles are coming off the board quickly here. And Tyler Warren is falling. Jalen Walker is falling. Now, the Bears, at number 10, if the Bears don't take Tyler Warren here, what are we doing? What are we talking about? If the Bears don't take Tyler Warren and I was saying this to somebody the other night, right? We were talking about quarterbacks, and somebody said something about Caleb Williams and not believing in Caleb Williams. I'm like, you're about to be a believer. with Ben Johnson. They went out and the first thing they did was sign 3 new pieces, veterans, to their offensive line. Last year, they used the 9 overall pick on Roma Dunze. They're going to have let's see. The Bears pick is coming in. I'm going to take a call, and we will revisit the conversation if the Bears do what I think they should do right now and take this tight end. Getting interesting. And update again on the Knicks. It is 88-81. I just saw a turnover by the Pistons. Looks like the Pistons are getting a little frustrated. There's 1 minute to go here. The Knicks have an 8-point lead going into the fourth quarter. This is good. This is what I thought we would see. Some energy out of the Knicks, a different focus, a different look. And what did I say at halftime? We may have 4 out of 5 starters over 20 points in this game. It's looking like we'll potentially get there. 888-808-1019. Alex is in Hackensack on the fan. What's up, Alex?
Hey, what's up, Nick? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Alex?
I'm doing good, yo. Just trying to react to that last pick, yo. Crazy. Such a good pick, though.
It's the obvious pick. It's the pick you got to make. If you're not moving out of the spot and Abdul Carter is there, you got to take him every single time.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I have a question for you. Who do you think we're going to draft Shador? He's dropping crazy.
It is kind of crazy, right? All the talk about the Giants cleats that Shador Sanders had, and Shador Sanders himself even saying that he wanted to beat his dad and go top 5, and that's not going to happen. I think he's going to be a Steeler. I think if nobody trades up for him, he could fall all the way to 21 and be a Pittsburgh Steeler, and Mike Tomlin would welcome his brothers, his dad, all that comes with Shador Sanders, prime time, and the Sanders family.
Yeah, that's true. Sure.
At number 10, the Bears are on the clock. The pick is in. We're going to throw to it soon. And like I was saying, Tyler Warren now falls from a 7 overall potential pick to the Jets. And now we're seeing, we saw 3 tackles go in the first 9 picks because the Jets went tackle. The Patriots went tackle, the Jets went tackle, and the Saints went tackle. So the Bears pick is coming in. I think they got to take Tyler Warren. Thanks for the call, Alex. 888-808-1019. Do let me know when you got it. This is getting interesting because, some of these teams are going to make the sexy pick. We've already seen 1 receiver off the board, 1 running back off the board. Tight end hasn't come off the board yet. We have seen now 1 edge rusher come off the board, waiting for the second. 3 tackles, but that makes sense. You want these bookend tackles. You need them. Why? Because they got to stop the edge rushers. These guys that win Defensive Player of the Year, TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, you got to stop those guys. Michael Parsons, you got to stop those guys coming off the edge. So you got to find, the big, strong, athletic guys that can handle that position. But it also doesn't hurt to have a tight end next to that tackle to chip block, to double team a defensive end. And I like what the Chicago Bears potentially could do here if they're going to do what I think they should do. I'm going to text my boy Mike, big Cubs fan, big Bears fan, Blackhawks fan, and, of course, the Bulls fan. And Ben Johnson, who will forever be linked with Aaron Glenn. I think it's coincidence, but also funny that a lot of people had Tyler Warren going to Aaron Glenn and the Jets. The Jets passed on Tyler Warren. And now let's see if Ben Johnson and the Bears do what I think they're going to do. Play it, Zoo.
So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland, tight end in Michigan.
Holy! Hold on. Another tight end jumped Tyler Warren. Now, don't get me wrong, this Colston Loveland kid, he was hurt, but I've watched this film, and I think I remember seeing him play once. He profiles more as the wide receiver type at tight end. And here come the highlights. Hey, Ben Johnson. I'm not going to question Ben Johnson. I would have went Tyler Warren. Ben Johnson being a former tight ends coach turned offensive coordinator, passing game coordinator, offensive coordinator. He obviously knows what he's looking at in the tight end position. Well, where is Tyler Warren? At this point, the Dallas Cowboys better take Tyler Warren at 12 if he's there. Where is Tyler Warren going to fall to? So Colston Loveland out of Michigan goes to the Bears, and I'm not mad. I just didn't think he was jumping Tyler Warren. Tyler Warren won all the awards. Tyler Warren is a prospect that people are looking at as generational. Like, comes in and like after what you saw Brock Bowers, like you know what I think? There it is. Like Colston Loveland, they're looking at his route running and even his frame more akin to a Brock Bowers um, than a Tyler Warren. But Tyler Warren now slips outside the top 10. And as Tyler Warren's comp is George Kittle, and I said George Kittle's getting up there in age and he's boomer bust and he's not the same guy that he used to be. Who's on the clock right now? San Francisco 49ers. They're not going to, I mean, George Kittle's got a few more years. They're not going to draft Tyler Warren. Or are they? Or are they? How old is George Kittle? If I had to guess, George Kittle is 32. George Kittle age. He's 31. He'll be 32 at the end of this upcoming season. That's not time to take it's not time to take his replacement though. But yeah, you know the school of thought is always like be a year or two ahead of it. And then he can learn from Kittle. If that's his comp, you draft him to learn from Kittle. What's Kittle's contract like?
You look at this, and you can really make a case for the 49ers to not only be looking like you're saying, go at it from a perspective of get a year to learn from Kittle, do all the things, really get into the system and integrate yourself over that year. But the way I see it too is like you said, be a year early, not a year late. Maybe they're trying to get out of the business of George Kittle right now, but after Warren, woo!
They can void his contract after this 2025 season. It's right there. It's right there. If John Lynch is feeling froggy, the next George Kittle or better, is staring you at the face right now. Play the board. Play the board. Oh my! Play the board, and you lost Debo Samuel, which you're not regretting that. Kittle's another year older, and this is probably his last year. Like I said, they can void the contract. He'll be an unrestricted free agent after 2025. Go ahead and punch the ticket to get Tyler Warren and have him learn for a year with Kittle, run two tight end sets. I'm trying to think if I can remember who the backup tight end with the 49ers is, if they even really use one. Kyle Juszczyk, yeah, he's everything. And he's back with them. This is interesting. I miss watching football. It's funny. I'm such a sports guy. I roll with the seasons. The seasons change, and I just change into the next one. Like very much in baseball mode right now. It's even hard for me to like reach back into my football brain and remember these names and things. Well, we will get there. 888-808-1019. Waiting on some audio from Abdul Carter and his interview after being drafted with the Giants, and he knew. Even yesterday when he was at the play football thing, he talked about, yeah, I'm from Philly, and he's an Eagles fan, grew up an Eagles fan, but once I come to New York, I got to leave that all behind. He is officially a Giant. This is a guy who for weeks now was signaling that he would be a Giant, talking about Lawrence Taylor. Um, I'm excited to see what he brings. I think that the strong suit of the Giants right away is their defensive line. They're going to be tough for people to stop. I'm going to keep digging and find some more things. A little bit of a shocker. Colston Loveland goes as the first tight end off the board. The Bears at 10. We're waiting on pick 11 to see if the 49ers will get a guy that profiles to be like George Kittle, maybe better Tyler Warren. Still keeping an eye on the New York Knicks. They're up 93-85. And there's about 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. This is a fun night. Join the show. 888-808-1019. Keep McPherson on the fan, BRB. Ah. Correct. I don't know homie's name out there in the Aaron Rodgers jersey. but he said that they're going to have the audio interviewing the players, interviewing Abdul Carter, interviewing Arma Membu, and he says he's going to put it in the system. So should pop up for you. Okay. All right. Yeah. Take your time. Let me know. Okay. Woo wee. We're working. So talking to the chat now, addressing the live chat now. Appreciate you guys watching. You're getting a chance to be the fly on the wall type, getting a live look at me hosting on air live over the airwaves in New York City. Also talking to Zoo, my producer. He's feeding me information about what we're gonna go do next, what audio clips we have, and just kind of, keeping a line of like how we're gonna, run the show. And I'm giving him feedback and I'm blessed as far as like football and sports go. No notes. As long as I got internet, I can Google some stuff. I can talk this stuff and fill in the blanks. It's not a heavy calls night, but it should turn into one later once the Knicks game goes final. I do have Rami sitting in the newsroom watching the game. He should be able to come in and tell us more about what he actually saw, and that should um, evoke some, Knicks calls to come in. But man, we're still waiting on a couple things. Where will Tyler Warren go? How far will Shador Sanders fall or Jackson Dart? Who will be the next quarterback taken off the board? Will the Giants trade back in, or are the Giants content with where they are? Are the Giants just enjoying the fact that they got Abdul Carter scouted and selected, and now he's with the Giants? And I'm also refreshing Twitter a little bit here to just get anything else coming in live and in real time from the NFL draft. So let me know in the chat if you're thinking anything. Now that Tetaroa McMillan came off the board, woo, yo, take Tyler Warren right now. Right now. Bro, they got to take Tyler Warren right now, bro. Take Tyler, bro. They got to, bro. Please, please, bro. Please, bro. Please, bro. Please, bro. Please, bro. So, see, in my heart of hearts, I'm a Dallas fan. It's all I've ever been. It's all I've ever known. No one made me do it. I did it to myself. Tyler Warren is on the board at 12. GT gone. Hetero McMillan gone. Take Tyler Warren, you idiots. Please. Take Tyler Warren, bro. Take Tyler Warren at 12. This is gift wrapped. This is gift wrapped. This shit is gift wrapped for Dallas, bro. This shit is gift wrap for them, bro. This gift wrap, but they're gonna draft, or I guess, or Tyler Booker. Tyler Booker. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hell yeah, man. I am pumped up right now because the picks are rolling in. Zoo, I don't know if you want to throw to the 11th overall pick. I know we have some Giants audio. I can just go to it. But I was doing all this Tyler Warren talk. You have the 11th overall pick. Run it. Okay. So the 49ers do not take the opportunity to get the next George Kittle. They go edge rusher, and now we have our third edge rusher taken. Or no, our second edge rusher taken off the board. Still waiting for Jalen Walker and his name to be called. But Michael Williams out of Georgia goes. Some people say he's, up there. I knew it. I literally knew it. I knew it. I'm not going to say what I knew about, but I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. All right, we're going to slowly get there. Nah, it's so I just have a lot going on here, and I don't want to reveal. While I work on some things, let's go to the audio from Joe Shane Zoo. Joe Shane talking about Abdul Carter, or is this Joe Shane talking about Kayvon? Kayvon. Him. Let's go to Joe Shane talking about picking up Kayvon's fifth-year option after all the rumors and stuff about them potentially trading him, and Giants fans waiting for them to trade back in. Okay. I think I'd rather, I understand, the picks and even the option with Kayvon, and you can't have too many pass rushers. But I'm still not sure about this defensive coordinator. I low key said last year I would have fired him. I would have fired Shane Bowen. Somebody had to go. They got rid of the DB, safety coach, whatever. Anyway, let's take another call. I have reaction coming up to the number 12 pick, Zoo, if you want to keep that up, the Dallas Cowboys. And let's go to Dean in Verona before we get to that. I'm doing great, man. This is fun. This is not a regular night on the fan. This is a lot of fun. It's exciting. And thanks for joining the show. Let's go Devils. Big one coming up tomorrow. I'm starting to feel like the Giants are content with their win. I'm starting to feel like the Giants are like, we got the best edge rusher on the board. We got a kid that was born as a freshman. We got a kid that we've had our eye on. We just made a strength, even more of a strength of our team. Now, I don't expect Shador Sanders and Jackson Dart to be available tomorrow. I'm surprised that there's a chance for Shador and for Jackson Dart to fall into the 20s. If I'm the Giants, I'm playing the board still. I'm not just being content. I would jump, but you know what? They might not have to. They might be able to sit at 34 and take Dart. Dart might be there. If Shador, I think Shador is going to Steelers. We'll see. There's going to be another trade. Right now, everything is kind of going not chalky, but pretty much as a lot of people are expecting. There hasn't been a lot of trades and movement. Right now, Tyler Warren is free falling, but I think there are a lot of people that have him going to the Colts anyway. The Colts are coming up at 14. Tankathon had the Colts taking Colston Loveland. You kind of swapped the tight ends. Colston Loveland ends up being the first tight end off the board going to the Bears. So you'd think that Tyler Warren goes to 14. But let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys. I said at 11, the 49ers don't take the opportunity to take the next George Kittle. They're not done with George Kittle yet. They're not tight end. If they want to take another tight end, they can take another tight end later in the draft. They go get Michael Williams, who's going to play from day one and is going to wreak havoc. Edge rusher. Now at number 12, the Dallas Cowboys, the Jerry Joneses, the star, Jerry Jones thinks he's the star on the helmet. Tyler Warren falling. I'm looking at that as an opportunity. Yo, go get Tyler Warren. He's there. But the biggest need for the Dallas Cowboys was to replace Zach Martin. Zach Martin hung it up. He's a Pro Bowl guard. He's a guy. And you know what? I was thinking about it, but I was distracted by the other Tyler. Tyler Warren, I was distracted by. And I knew that they were going to get Tyler Booker. Tyler Booker is the guard out of Alabama. Can't go wrong with Alabama. Who at the combine said football to him, right? His brand of football is it's legal assault out there. The brand of football I play, I make guys not want to love football anymore. I like that. I like that a lot out of an interior offensive lineman at his size. He's 6'5", 321. The Cowboys could not run the ball last year. The Cowboys can never protect Dak Prescott, and he can't protect himself. Zach Martin, one of the best picks, Pro Bowler, never gave up sacks, and you need to immediately replace that guy on your offensive line. You go get this kid, Tyler Booker, who's all about violence. And now when you start to look at that Dallas offensive line, they got some big boys. They got some big boys up there, some road graders up there. Tyler Guyton, who's the left tackle that they picked last year out of Oklahoma, he's only going to get better in the next year. And, the Cowboys are choke artists. They're always going to fail in the playoffs. But when they had their run of success, even when they had the Great Wall back in the 90s, but this recent run of success that they had in the 2010s, 2010s, they had Travis Frederick. They had Zach Martin. They had Tyron Smith. So now they're doing it again. In the years that they could have gotten Johnny Manziel, in the years that they could have drafted a running back or whatever, they drafted Ezekiel Elliott. They had that offensive line. They're building the offensive line. They understand you need those guys in the trenches. It starts up front. So now if you look at the Dallas Cowboys' last few drafts, they've gone offensive linemen. They've gone O-line in the draft, and I think that's smart. They have skill positions. They'll get a wide receiver. This is a deep wide receiver class. But, yeah, they in the last 3 years, and you know what's crazy too that I just put together? 3 is the magic number. 3 guys named Tyler. They drafted Tyler Smith in 2023. They drafted Tyler Guyton in 2024. And now they draft Tyler Booker in 2025. How about them Cowboys? Matt is in East Rutherford on the Fan. Hello, Matt.
Listen, I have a couple of reasons. I don't think the Giants should have taken Abdul Carter one bit.
Go on.
If we're really talking, they have too many holes on the roster. The defense, they have edge rushers, they have Tavon, which they just said we're going to pick up his 5th year. They have Dexter, they have everyone, they have Brian Burns. You just said what they said, like a second with something else for us. They have too many holes in the roster. And I think the offense is adding up 31st in the league. You have too many holes.
You wanted them to take a quarterback there, and these quarterbacks are falling?
I want them to – no, I don't like the quarterback in the draft. I think you have to trade back and take Ted McMillan there.
Take Tedderroll and McMillan at 3?
Trade back and then get it.
Yeah, it takes 2 to tango. They would need somebody to do that with. He went 8 to the Panthers.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't see him going 8 to the Panthers. I thought I saw him going
12 to the Cowboys. Yeah, but they used the pick on Roma Doomsday last year at 9. They weren't going to follow that up again. They get their tight end in the future, though. So what do you want to see next from the Giants? If you don't like the Abdul Carter move and you want to see them improve the offense with the next pick, taking a quarterback does not improve the offense this year.
No, it doesn't improve it at all. I mean, James has a back. I don't like the quarterback in this draft. And honestly, like Luther Burden's the name too. You have a Mecca and Cooper here.
like even further back.
Yeah, Matthew Golden. They're about to start coming off because now we're going through a stretch of, there's been 6 picks, 7 picks now without a wide receiver being taken after Tedero and McMillan. Thanks for the call, Matt. Let's go to the 14th overall pick. No, the 13th overall pick, Miami Dolphins. Run it, Zoo.
With the 13th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, Miami Dolphins select Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan.
All right. So another interior lineman out of Michigan goes in the top 15. Now the Colts are on the clock. They have to take Tyler Warren here. They have to. They have to take Tyler Warren here. He can't keep falling. If he does, somebody's going to trade up. Don't let the Eagles or, hell, the Chiefs could use another tight end. Kelsey is cooked. 888-808-1019. Chris is in Bergen County next on the fan. What you thinking about, Coach?
I love that jersey.
The Kenny Pickett jersey. Had to do it, had to rock the 20th overall pick for the Steelers back in 2023. Was it 2023? I think it was 2022.
Yeah, 22.
Yeah.
22. All right. Let's talk about this 21st pick. Roll down the screen a little bit. Because, let's see. 16-8 taking a quarterback, 17-8 taking a quarterback, 18, 19, 28 taking a quarterback. 21 though.
Yeah.
Nobody passed 21 though. So is this kid going to be a day 2?
Shador? I don't know. I think the Steelers have to do it. Jackson Dart could be a day 2 and fall right into the Giants' lap at 34.
Well, who are they going to take? Are they going to take Dart? Or are they going to take Shador? What's the worst of 2 Eagles right now?
Coach, I got to put you on hold real quick. We do have the pick from the Colts. Let's go to it live right now.
The 14th pick, the 2025 NFL Draft, Indianapolis Colts select Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State.
Wow. Tyler Warren, Jonathan Taylor, Michael Pittman Jr., and Daniel Jones. The Colts, Indy, they're back, baby. Daniel Jones is going to be checking it down. It's Tyler Warren. I don't know. All right, back to Coach. Let's see. What were you last saying, Coach, as far as like, okay, if Shador falls past 2021, he might be a day 2 guy. I don't know. A lot of people were saying he's going to fall out of the first round today, and I didn't want to believe it, but I can't see the Steelers passing on a chance to take the kid when they have Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson in their quarterback room right now. That's the worst quarterback room in the league.
I think that's it. If they don't think it was 21, and they drop to day 2, and you know what? And you're really going to start thinking about what was going on inside those rooms.
Yeah, like, was it really that bad? Was it as bad as they're saying? I don't know. I don't want to believe that. I felt like it was the Sanders' last name.
If you were above average knowledge, you're going to be average age. I don't know. I don't see him as above average.
I mean, he won the Johnny Unitas award this year. He's a high completion percentage guy.
Right. But also, factor into this whole thing, okay? He also had trust the whole time. His entire career.
Yeah.
He was trust.
And that's what a lot of people are saying is a big part of it because Travis can win almost every one-on-one matchup, and he also can get the ball in space and go.
Right. I will call you back tomorrow and run all the numbers on yak yardage and everything else with Travis.
Yeah, and I know you were on it quickly with the amount of sacks Shador took, because I remember you hit me with the negative yardage, and that started to become a thing there. Yeah, a lot of these analysts.
We had a horrible offensive line, this, that, the other thing. I get it, but if you get drafted in the top 10, you're going probably to a garbage team who hasn't Hardly O-line. And we all know when you move in, you go from high school to college to the pro, it gets quicker.
Yeah, if you're taking that many sacks in college, it doesn't translate to the NFL. You're barbecue chicken. You're dead meat. You're dead man walking.
You listen, you're probably better off, and I really hate to say this, but mobility wise, you're better off with Denver.
No, but you are, because Daniel Jones can run for his life, run over a linebacker. Shador doesn't have that skill set. He's not fleet of foot at all. He is a complete pocket passer, read the defense, throw the football, accuracy guy, and he's going to have to speed up his internal clock. And in the NFL, that's why there's a guy, Andre Cisco, who came out and said, "Yo, you're patting the ball. We're jumping that. We're closing on that." So if you already aren't fleet of foot and you pat the football, I don't know. There are a lot of people saying we can't draft you that high.
At the end of the day, okay, what pro style quarterbacks do we still see in the league that succeed? Every
Joe Burrow. And Joe Burrow had a long rushing touchdown against the Giants. Yeah, he can. And he's a next level of cerebral, and he's got Jamar Chase. What other pocket passer? True pocket. You can't be Joe Flacco anymore. You can't sit in the pocket. You're done. Kenny Pickett, my guy, I'm wearing his jersey. He can't survive. He's not a runner. He's a guy that I don't know how. You got to be able to shake. You got to be able to boogie. You got to be able to run a little bit. Even Mahomes can run a little bit. Hurts, the MVP, obviously he can run. Yeah, can run a little bit. Yeah, Jaden Daniels is going to scramble the whole game.
You can't have negative 50 yards.
No, it kills the offense. It kills the drive. It kills your field position. And these NFL scouts are.
You can't have that in the league.
Yeah, no play caller wants a quarterback that's going to take a 13-yard loss on first down and then second and 23. I don't want to believe it. I want to believe in this kid. This is part of his origin story, though. This is how Shador Sanders becomes. He's going to fall. They're going to keep showing that seat where he's not there, and he's going to fall into the right situation. But he's not a runner. He's not fleet of foot, and he does take a lot of sacks. It's going to take him a while to mature. That's kind of why you thought, hey, maybe the Giants take him, and he doesn't have to play for a year or two, and he can develop and he can mature. He's not ready to play in year one.
Where are they drafting in day two?
Got to be in the top of the draft. He's the next quarterback. As I'm looking at Mel Kiper's best available, it's Shador Sanders number one. No, Jalen Walker from Georgia is the best available. Even Will Johnson right now, and I know he was hurt. People thought Will Johnson could go to the Jets at 7, and he's dropping. He's available. Coach, thanks for the call. I got to get some of these other calls in. Now we're cooking. 888-808-1019. And here's Shador Sanders. Finally got him on screen. He's not sitting in that seat. They look a little agitated. They're back in Texas where he grew up. They're not in Colorado. I think they probably canceled the whole University of Colorado Watch Party Fest because that was going to get cringy and awkward for the boy. We just retired your jersey thinking that you're going to be a top 3, top 5 pick. You're free falling. Bobby is in Belmore next on the fan. What's up, Bobby?
Yeah, what they call reply from our if you want that, you really want to.
Yeah, Carmelo wants the Nuggets to retire 15, but Jokic is wearing it.
Yeah, he was too far for that shot. So, anyway, let's get to this draft. Number one, I don't see how I know you wanted one. I agree. Since Justin's the scrambling, Justin's the scrambling quarterback. The pocket is going to be important, and I would suggest tight end with just the 24th and total offense. Wilson needs a supplement, a complementary receiver next to him. And I think Wilson, it was a better fit with Fields having the tight end. Look what some of the Raiders with the Georgia tight end from last year. He didn't have a good year with that.
Yeah, with no quarterback. They're going to run the ball. That's what they're telling you. They're going to run the ball. Justin Fields is going to run the ball. They got 4 running backs: Justin Fields, Brees Hall, Braylon Allen, and Isaiah Davis. The Jets are going to be a running first team. Play action second.
For 92 yards from the rush, 90 yards per game was the worst in the NFL for the Jets. So
It's a way different regime. Those guys, that was all Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers not handing the ball up. Even on short yardage, they're not going to Braylon Allen. The Jets' offense is going to look a lot different. They're going to run first, second, and then third down play action. I think it's going to be a little bit vanilla to start, dumbed down at first, and they take the tackle because they want to make sure that they can block. And it's not to block for the pocket. And even though, Glenn will tell you, yeah, he's throwing from the pocket, they're going to run the football. So they're going to make sure that offensive line is sturdy. And now their offensive line is sturdy. But Tyler Warren gives you the option. He can block. He can catch. He can, he gives you a little bit of both. But I guess he wasn't even the number 1 tight end because Colston Loveland goes to the Bears. All that Tyler Warren hype died really quick.
Yeah, I understand that. I was not good. I mean, listen, there's a reason why he intended to draft. I mean, he knew this was going to happen. And, I don't understand how Norway, the new offensive coach from Dallas, offensive coordinator, and with an old quarterback who's injured right now, he must have done badly in those interviews. I don't understand how this team could not pick him. I mean, they're in need of a quarterback.
Again, and it's a new regime with Kellen Moore. They went with the Banks pick, the tackle. They ended up going with just the safe pick. I understand it, but they go Kelvin Banks Jr. out of Texas. It's a safe pick, and it's a guy that could potentially be on your offensive line for the next 10 years. Okay, I just was talking about the best available. Let's go to the Atlanta Falcons pick at 15 overall.
With the 15th pick in 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Dylan Walker, defensive end, Georgia.
You gotta love it. He gets drafted by the Atlanta Falcons. He just played at the University of Georgia. The kid is from North Carolina. Stays right at home. 888-808-1019. Jalen Walker, in a lot of mock draft, was a top 10 pick. He was supposed to go to speaking of North Carolina, he was supposed to go to the Panthers at 8. They go wide receiver, sexier pick, and a needed pick. We're not going to turn this into talking Panthers, but a needed pick. They desperately need a number 1 wide receiver, and they got that guy. Look at how the board plays. The Falcons last year, and I talked about this earlier, how excited I was last year to come in and do this show. I wore my throwback Michael Vick jersey, and I was raving about Michael Penix Jr. and how I guarantee you see him play in this first year, and how it was a smart pick to take, and yada, yada, yada. They were making calls, and they took enough calls about Michael Penix Jr. where they picked him themselves. Last year, the Falcons were supposed to take an edge rusher. And they said, to hell with the edge rusher. We need quarterback play. We need better quarterback play in this league. And they punted. They were supposed to take Dallas Turner out of Alabama. They said, to hell with that. We can take an edge rusher next year. They get Jalen Walker. Gone. Linebacker, edge rusher, Jalen Walker. So if the quarterback is there and you like the guy and you think you can work with him, you punch it. You take it. Who feels that way about Shedeur Sanders? Who feels that way about Jackson Dart? You can't tell me that Cam Ward went 1 to Tennessee and Cam Ward was never miles ahead of these guys. It's just this is how it goes in the draft. Nobody knows how it's going to go. These are guys making decisions, and a lot of these guys, especially in the top, are making decisions, and it's the first big decision they're making coming in as a new GM or head coach, like with the Jets. Jake is in Little Ferry. Jake, you're on the fan.
Thank you.
Hey.
How's your night going?
I mean, it's good. This is a fun night to be live on air, and not to jinx it, but the Knicks just went up 115-110 with less than 25 seconds to go. So we're going to start getting that reaction in.
No, let's talk about it.
You're right.
I'm calling on the Jets fan that hard. This is my second time calling the year. So, okay. What's your opinion on the Jets?
I was talking about it earlier in the week that they would make the quiet safe, smart pick that is not the sexy pick, but we get it. And back-to-back years, they go tackle. And it's like, okay, you can't really mess that pick up. This kid could be and projects to be your right tackle for X amount of years. And it's fine. It's no, and it's under the radar. Nobody is going to be opening up. They're not going to open up NFL Live and even WFAN. Nobody's going to open up any of their shows tomorrow talking about Armin Membu.
Listen, I'm sitting in the parking lot right now. I'm looking at my left hand. I went to scrap party. The whole week, the whole month, all this is that's it. What we just got. It's smart, like you said. Play it safe, lineman, like Tyler Warner right there. Right? And yeah, that's smart, get line, but even Scripps was like, let's put the player that we want. Just go all out. Let's go. Come on, we got Justin Fields for 2 years. We have some options. Just open like different offenses with a whole new coach, whole new regimen. Like, we'll send it and just have to try and do it. And like, we just, smart pick. I'm happy, but like,
You got Stone, Smart, and Jeremy Ruckert at home. You've got 2 tight ends that can do the job. And instead of taking the game breaker, yeah, he played at Ohio State with Justin Fields and Garrett Wilson. He's a local kid.
yeah, but like, come on, Jeremy Ruckert.
Jake, I'm with you. I was screaming, go get Tyler Warren because he would be the pick that signals to everyone this is the type of player this regime is going to get. But they went safe. They played it safe.
I'm happy for them to discuss it. It's just things that
All right, get home safe, Jake. 888-808-1019. I know you said you went to the party. You said you're looking at MetLife right now. Don't be mad at a solid pick. Armin Membu, some people had as the number 1 tackle in the draft. Don't be mad at your offensive line being intact because they say you got to build through the trenches. Me, I say, this guy can block. Tyler Warren, that is. This guy could help you with your offensive line and help your new quarterback and help your new offensive coordinator calling plays for the first time. This is a guy that you could throw a 5-yard pass to that could take it to the house. Well, now Daniel Jones is going to be doing little 5-yard screens to him, and we'll see what the Colts offense looks like. 888-808-1019. 3 hours down. 2 hours to go. AM to AM returns right after this. Okay, now we're starting to get reaction. Coach, appreciate you always, bro. Obviously, I know you know ball, so you weighing in on the Shador stuff, and you've been right for weeks. And obviously having the coach eye, there are other coaches in the NFL and scouts and analysts and people in the NFL that are looking at Shador's film on top of his in-person meetings, and they're like, no, not in this league. Not in this league. Chris, what up, man? Holding it down. 2 more hours to go. Hey, I appreciate you hitting me with all the Arizona takes. Like, I can't reveal them on air. They're coming up, but I can't reveal them on air because some people are listening through me to know what's going on. Haven't seen the Giants. They're not. I think they might chill. I don't know if they're coming back into the draft because they're like, these guys might be there. You think the Giants are coming back in? I don't. I think they're chilling. First time on the chat, pretty cool. Thanks, man. I've been building this community now for a couple months. We're going into May. I've been doing this at least like February, March, April, I believe. And it's been a lot of fun for me. I appreciate all you guys watching on Twitter. And it's really better experience on YouTube. Just search McPhersonBrand.com or .com. McPhersonBrand.com is the website, but McPherson Brand, my last name, and brand on YouTube. And then you can interact in the chat better. The Twitter chat is okay, but it's much better experience on YouTube. Anyway, going back, I missed what you thought about your Cowboys pick. I like it. It's just not the sexy pick, but it is the exact need. Zach Martin retired. You need to plug in someone at guard. And what I loved about this kid was his quote about legal assault, saying it's legal assault out there. And the brand of football I play, I make guys not love football anymore. This guy wants to fight. And the Dallas Cowboys have to fight against Jalen Carter and Dexter Lawrence. So get me a big-ass, mean-ass dude out of Alabama like that wants to go hand-to-hand, man to man and duke it out with those dudes. I'm actually cool with it. But I thought that there was a part of the Dallas Cowboys that would say, "Oh, Tyler Warren, we only have one pass catching option in CD Lamb, Tyler Warren," but they didn't. They stuck to their plan. The Colts take Tyler Warren, and Daniel Jones got it made over there if he can beat out Anthony Richardson. He's got a good running back. He's got a good number 1 receiver, good number 2 receiver, and a good tight end. Deep guard draft. We could have got this guy in 10 spots. I don't know about that. I wish we had traded down. I don't know if that is the truth. Because the tackles are flying off the board. The Cowboys took the number 1 interior offensive lineman off the board. I don't know if that is 100% true. Maybe they trade down. I mean, I guess it's a laughable pick, but it's not if you know what you know. The Cowboys needed to replace their all-pro guard, and they took the best guard off the board, and this guy is a monster, bro. I was reading his, like I said, his size, pause. He's 6'5", 321. So I can't be mad at that at all. Did Buddy ever put the Abdul Carter or Armand Membu stuff? I did see the Jets, SNY Jets videos put out Armand Membu like talking to the camera. Yeah. Yeah, he's like, my bad, I'm still geeked up. These guys are not media trained enough off of their time at Missouri. Nah, they're not bringing them in anything. No, doubt it. Sure. I love the Bengals pick. Lock. Gotta lock it up. If they drafted Kenny Pickett at 20, why can't they draft Shedeur Sanders at 21? Mike Tomlin won't give a damn about that. Isn't it over? The last seconds starting to get crazy.
You put the Knicks on for
Yeah.
2 seconds on here.
You know the channel?
29.
I'm watching on my MacBook, but I'm doing all this draft stuff. I'm like, what is happening at the end here?
But this was
Official talking?
Brunson was at the line for 2. He hit the first one, 2-point game, 5 tenths of a second. Missed the second one on purpose, but
Let's see the miss.
Too fast. Good evening at 10 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by the New York Auto Show. Visit autoshowny.com. It looks like the Knicks are going to get a 2-1 series lead. Jalen Brunson was at the free throw line to ice this thing, but his shot went off the rim, missed it on purpose with 5 tenths of a second left. The scorekeeper found the buzzer, and he shouldn't have, so now there's still 5 tenths of a second and a lot of chaos as to whether Brunson gets the shot again or if it's side out for the Pistons. The Knicks with a 118-116 lead. 5 tenths of a second remaining as Jalen Brunson came on in the fourth quarter. 30 points, 12 of them coming in the fourth to ice this one. It looks like for the Knicks. Karl Anthony Towns, tremendous, impressive record. 30 points, 8 rebounds, 22 OJ Anunoby, 22 Small Bridges. First point since 1972. The 4 players with 20 or more. Again, a 2-point lead. The Pistons love the basketball.
Say it again.
On their side of the floor, 5 tenths of a second remaining. A 3. see if
Copy.
they can get this one.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the NFL draft now gets surprised. Giants get Penn State edge rusher Duke Carter, third overall. Now they got also maybe from the
Okay.
quarterback later in the draft. So Joe Shane was asked if he's done for the night.
That Bengals pick.
The Giants also announced they're going to pick up a 50-year option for Kayvon Thibodeau. For the Jets, they solidify their offensive line, get tackle Armand Mendel out of Missouri, expects to be the right tackle. And one Jaguars traded up with Cleveland to get Travis Hunter. Patriots took Will Campbell. Browns selected Mason Graham. And Shador Sanders and Rory all the way up to 18 now on the clock. So he's still available. The 2-point lead down to basketball, 118-116, 5-10 remaining. 70 degrees, blue skies, Central Park at the Temple. I'm at the bullet.
Yeah. Oh yeah, having a good old time in here by my lonesome. But I got you to keep me company. 888-808-1019. Keep McPherson on the fan. And I'm online streaming on Twitter, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitch. I got over 1,100 people rocking with me in theirs. We're just talking about the draft and how that's shaking out. And the Knicks looking like they're going to pull out this win in game 3. And it looked a lot different. We're going to start taking calls at 888-808. You know the number to dial once this goes final. Rookie ball out there for the scorer or whoever hit the alarm in Little Caesars Arena. They're not used to having playoff games out there. It's been a long time. Gotta forgive them. But that'll do it. That'll do it. Final. The Knicks win as I hear them applauding in the newsroom. The Knicks win 118-116 to go up 2-1 in the series. I told you that they cannot go into Detroit and lose this game, and they would not go into Detroit and lose this game. They're the better team, the better coach team, and it's not a blowout win, but it was a game that you felt like from the first tip that they came out and looked different and they asserted themselves. And I was correct again about something else I said, that 4 starters would be over 20 points in this game. It wouldn't just be Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson has 30. Karl Anthony Towns has 31. OG Anunoby 22. Mikal Bridges 20. Well done. Well done. All the talk about sharing the ball and getting other guys involved. Duh. Of course they were going to adjust. Of course they were going to do that. They rebounded better to start this game. They played tough enough. When you look at the fouls, they had 22 fouls to the Pistons' 28 fouls. They had 46 points in the paint to the Pistons' 36 point in the paint. And where's the other disparity here? Assists, they ended up even at 22 and 22, but in that first half, the Knicks had more assists. They were sharing the ball. They hit more free throws, 89.7% of their free throws, going 26 at 29. Got to have them. They did not shoot better from 3. But that didn't matter. At the end of the day, they shot better, just slightly at 46.5% to 45.3%, and that's all you need in a one-bucket game. The Knicks win 118-116 to take a lead now. And, okay, it's going to go for a couple days here. They'll have a 1 o'clock game on Sunday. But if they take that game and come back to the Garden, I'm not a math major, but that's Knicks in what? 888-808-1019. Let's go back to the phones. We got Giants fans on the line reacting to Abdul Carter and the Giants not trading back in to get a quarterback, as there's no quarterbacks that have been taken. Let me hit refresh on the picks right now. I think the last pick that we played was Jalen Walker, the kid out of Georgia, staying home, going to Atlanta and being a Falcon. The next big pick that impressed me. Shout out to Al Golden from the Shore, who will be the defensive coordinator going from Notre Dame to Cincinnati, Ohio, going back to the Bengals. The Bengals at 17 overall select Shamar Stewart, the freak of nature, 6'5", 265, who impressed at the combine out of Texas A&M. They're trying to get that defense right for Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. the 18th overall pick that some people thought the Giants would trade with the Seahawks and get active and try and get their quarterback. No, another interior lineman goes off the board. It's Gray Zabel out of North Dakota State who goes to the Seattle Seahawks. So we were having some conversation in the break about the Dallas Cowboys taking the first guard off the board, and they got the best guard off the board in Tyler Booker. They did not reach for Tyler Warren. I like the move. Let's get back to the phones and see if you like the move that the Giants made. Jets fans join as well. And if you were at the party at MetLife Stadium and you're heading back home and you're in the car, let us know how that was as well. Jaden in New Milford, you're on the fan. Go for it, Jaden. Watching the Knicks, watching the draft, talking to everybody.
I just want to talk a bit about the dual Carter selection. I think that was a little bit of a miscue from the Giants because I think that they're great defensive line already. And Abdul Carter's a speed rush. That's his main thing. He's not a power rusher whatsoever. And Brian Burns has one of the highest passes speed rush in the entire league in the NFL. So instead of making a difference on the defensive line, you're just creating a speed rush, no power rush over in Dexter Martin. And I think that you could have used that pick on an offensive player. You could have traded that. I think with Russell Wilson and James Winston for quarterbacks, you don't want to draft a quarterback that high or spin fit because I don't think you want to start him right away. That's why I don't think you trade back in here. I think you trade back, go for something like a wide receiver, like Nick Roberta or Matthew Golden. And I think you take a quarterback in the second or third round and use that as a developmental talent behind the two better quarterbacks.
When they picked Abdul Carter at 3, and we kind of known now for over a week that they were just going to add, on top of a strength, that they obviously have Kayvon. They went out and got Chauncey Golston from the Dallas Cowboys. They went out and got Brian Burns via trade last year, and they have Dexter Warren. We knew that they were just literally making a strength to strength, but also these guys are not in a position to miss. I think this is low risk and potential high reward. I think it was the obvious pick to make, especially with the trade that happened before they picked, where the Jaguars traded to number 2 to get Travis Hunter. Everybody talked about this draft, and they said there were 2 players that were can't-miss prospects, generational talent, Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter. The Giants end up getting Abdul Carter. And now the quarterback that everybody had them taken at number 3 is still on the board, falling, could potentially be there in the second round. Jackson Dart most likely will be there as well in the second round. I don't think it was a miscue at all. They said that they were watching this film. They looked at him from when he was a freshman, jumping off the film. They have to rush Jaden Daniels. They have to rush Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott. I think it was just the safest move that they could make at 3, staying put and draft. There was no one else to draft. There was no quarterback to draft, no wide receiver to draft, no offensive lineman to draft. I think they made the right move. And we'll see if they make the right moves following. But like all the conversation about them trading back into the first round to get a quarterback, I think they're chilling. I think they're taking their win. I think they're happy that they got Abdul Carter, and they're going to see what happens tomorrow.
I agree with the number 3 Abdul Carter was the pick to make, but I think that you could have, for a team that was so terrible on offense last year, I think that there was a lot more that needed to be done on the offensive end.
They were terrible on offense last year because they had a gun-shy Daniel Jones coming back from an ACL injury who was not confident, and they had Devin Singletary and a rookie running back, and then they had 12 different configurations of their offensive line. They've already made moves in the offseason to improve the offense at quarterback. Their quarterback room is better. Their offensive line should be better, and they can add more pieces here. We can't think about last year anymore. Last year is over. And you also can't think that at the 3rd overall pick, you have to make a move on offense to make the offense better. They already made moves to make the offense better. Thanks for the call, Jaden. Let's play the audio from Joe Shane talking about taking a quarterback at number 3 overall. Yeah, run it, Zoo.
As long as the process and goes through, wasn't easy, but throughout the process, it's an easy decision that led us to today. So there's a series of events, meetings, very detailed process, again, co-days, privates, breakfast, day canvassing. So getting these up to make an easy decision on that.
They would have been mocked. They would have been laughed at. They would have been the story of the draft if they passed on Abdul Carter and took Shedeur Sanders. I don't know if you're picking up what I'm putting down. Shedeur Sanders is free falling. They had to move the camera in Texas to go find him just to get him on the screen. It is starting to get uncomfortable for the Sanders fan. If the Giants reached and took him at number 3 because people in their building were saying, we need a quarterback, because fans have been crying, we need a quarterback, we need a quarterback. No, it has become apparent that so many analysts and people around the league were saying this guy is not worth a 3 overall pick.
And bro, I don't know if you just saw this, but ESPN flashed a graphic, right? When they were talking about the percentage, the chance percentage that Shador would be there for certain teams. And it has listed the Pittsburgh Steelers at 21. And you know what their percentage was coming into the night according to ESPN? It was 7% that he was going to be there. Now I think it's 100. I mean, honestly, I think it's 100% we're going to see Shador Sanders at least there for the Steelers. I think that's a pretty good enough piece. I mean, that's a dude that has not only the confidence, but he has the talk blind. Bring in a guy like Shador and not care about all the Deion noise. Like everybody wants to talk about, oh, Deion's a distraction, Deion's this. Maybe for a young coach, maybe for a new coach, maybe for an organization that doesn't have its way. The Steelers have had their way for almost like the better part of the century.
Yeah. Sixburg.
He's the perfect guy to bring in. He's the right guy. I think it's going to happen now. But I think it's still sitting there.
Yeah.
I mean, bro, we are really free falling now.
I hope it happens. Because it's about the right fit. And I mean, as we were talking, Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State goes to Tampa to join Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and Baker Mayfield. Yikes. Another weapon for Baker Mayfield? Whatever, they play in the South. I won't know. 888-808-1019. But you understand what I'm saying? Yes, the Giants' offense was terrible last year, but it's going to look a lot different this year. And the Giants really thought about taking Shador. They scouted him a ton. They really thought about using the 3 overall pick on him. There were a lot of people saying that him and Cam Ward were not that far apart. But now that you're seeing all of these teams, and there were at least 2 or 3 other teams that could have taken him, right? At 5, who's the quarterback of the Browns? Joe Flacco again? Kenny Pickett, shout out to Kenny Pickett, the pride of Ocean Township, and wearing his jersey. They passed. You guys even thinking that the Jets would even flirt with taking him after they signed Justin Fields and they have 2 backups? No. You got to get a player, and I've been saying this for weeks. If you're picking in the first round, you're picking a player for the most part that can play right away, unless you have a plan for a quarterback to come in and play right away or develop for a year. Look at all of these teams that passed. All these teams passed. And now here we're getting to 2021. We'll see if the Steelers punch it. The Giants couldn't do that. The Giants will get a quarterback. In the way that the board is shifting, they might be able to get Sanders in the second round. If Sanders doesn't go, they'll get Dart in the second round. And they won't have to trade up into the first round and give anything up. That's a good thing.
I will say this, though, bro. I mean, we've seen it in the past. We've seen it a lot in the past. We saw with the Ravens when they took him off. If he is sitting there and it's 28, 29, 30 area, I mean, why not? If you're the Giants, you have an opportunity to get your guy or get a guy that you have to at least see that he is way, way more valuable.
What you're talking about Shador with the Giants? From what I heard from Todd McShay and some of the reading and research, Daboll is not a Shador Sanders guy. If there's a move, it's Jackson Dart. And Jackson Dart was never supposed to be a first-round pick. And there's a high chance now that he could be available at the second pick in the second round, where you don't have to move, you don't have to get anything up, and you get the Ole Miss guy, you get the guy that the GM son wanted. Like it's falling into your lap. There's nothing to be mad at. Teddy in Wallington on the Fan next. Thanks for holding, Teddy. You're live.
What's up, man? I'm a huge fan of yours. Just wanted to put that out there first. I love everything you're doing on the station. I just left the draft party at the stadium tonight. Just wanted to say it was a great time. It was an awesome experience. It was my first time going to this thing. And I feel like they did a great job, man. They got the fans going with the DJ, the fireworks. It was really cool. And Abdul Carter, what can I say, man? This is the guy that all us Giants fans wanted. This is the guy that you were supposed to pick. Don't overthink it. That's available. I'm really excited for what this defense is going to be next year. And now I'm looking to see what they're going to do here, possibly trade back in maybe. But I'm loving the pick, and I just want to put out there, Giants and the Jets, both organizations did a great job of putting this draft party together. It was a great time.
Thanks for the call, Teddy, and the feedback, and that made me think of something. We don't know what the Giants are going to be yet, but we know they're going to be hell up front. Their identity is now we have pass rushers. We have a defensive line, and that defensive line being that good is going to make the linebackers better, make the DB's job easier. 888-808-1019. Tom is in Hillsborough on the Fan next. What's up, Tom?
Yo, what's going on? How are you?
I'm all right. This is fun. It's a different kind of vibe when you got this. And I know in any minute now, Knicks fans are going to start calling to talk about that game.
Well, I won't keep you too long because I know they're going to be very good calling into. So I'm just coming back from the draft party as well. Sitting on the turnpike, a little traffic to Turnpike South for any folks that are out there right now. It's a little bit slow. But anyway, love the pick of Abdul Carter. I thought it was a good pick. It was the right pick. And you know what? Defense wins games. Defense wins championships. All those Super Bowls that we've won was on defense. Yes, you had Eli Manning, you had Phil Simms, you had Jeff Hostetler, some, great, good offensive players. But defense wins games. And the guys that they picked up in the free agency, that is where the focus is. Do I think Gable's going to last through the season? Maybe, maybe not. But I think the GM, Mr. Shane, has definitely made his mark from this year. Last year and the year before, his picks have been pretty good. He's building a good resume, and we're going to see what happens with him.
Yeah, I like that thought. Thanks for the call, Tom. Like, defense wins championships, and the Giants fans that have lived through the last 2-3 Super Bowls, they've had beasts up front. They've had defensive players. You're going to figure it out on offense. Don't you have this coach that's supposed to be this offensive mastermind? I'm not confident in Shane Bowen. Wink Martindale probably be better off with this defense, but Shane Bowen's going to get the opportunity to prove himself. You just added another horse to the stable. You just added another guy that is going to wreak havoc in the backfield, right? A Penn State guy that's going to be back there trying to meet Saquon Barkley. An edge rusher that across on the other side, they're going to have Brian Burns. And, you're going to be able to keep these guys fresh, rotate them in and out. You have now Chauncey Golston. You have now Abdul Carter to go along with Brian Burns and Kayvon Thibodeau, and Dexter Lawrence obviously holding down the interior of that defensive line. This is not a day to say we should have did this or we got to go offense or last year's offense. It doesn't matter what last year's offense was. Your strength was already the defensive line, and now it is your identity. Now it is literally your calling card. The Giants are going to be tough to stop up front. And just look in your division, right? What was the main thing in the Super Bowl that the Eagles had very early on that told you it was going to be a long night for Patrick Mahomes? That defensive line that they drafted and put together, that they were on his ass. He could not get the ball off. They hit him one time, and I'll always remember that ball that he was rolling out to his right after running for his life, and he tried to throw late and almost got picked by C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and they got him with a shoestring tackle, and his head bounced off the turf. He was out of it after that. Rush the passer and protect the passer. Mike is in Union. Mike, you're on the Fan.
Hey, how you doing tonight, Keith?
Good.
Like what the Giants did tonight. It reminds me, you draft not based on what you need. It's more about the talent. And that's what George Young, one of the greatest GMs in the NFL history, and especially for the Giants, always preached about. And they built that big blue wrecking crew back in the 80s and the 90s. And, Carl Banks, number 3 pick.
Great call.
And last time that we reached for something was Daniel Jones. And we were mocked. We were mocked for how long now? And I just truly believe that getting Abdul Carter, he brings a hybrid type of player onto the field. He can run, he can rush the passer, he can play coverage. He's very versatile, and then especially with the other guys that we have up front, with Nacho and Burns and Sexy Dexy. I mean, our defense is going to be the calling card, like you just said. And from the other previous guys that have spoken on here, we have to look at it from the perspective that this is more like longevity, and defense is New England champion.
Yeah, you just added a young, fresh defensive end. Thanks for the call, Mike. That's going to be here for the next few years. And when you're picking that high, you don't want to pick this high. If you're picking this high, I always remember Mike Tomlin looking at Chase Young. And if you remember that year, it was Chase Young and Andrew Thomas, right? Remember the back and forth over who to take in that year, 2020. And I remember watching Mike Tomlin in person when he saw Chase Young, and he said, "Man, I'd love to have a guy like you. But we got to lose a lot of games to have a guy like you. We got to lose a lot of games to be able to pick second overall." But when you are picking third overall, second overall, first overall, if there is not a clear-cut quarterback option, which Cam Ward became for the Titans, wasn't there for, in the Giants, I'm sure tried to trade up or whatever. He wasn't there for the Giants. And even though you need a quarterback, you could always use an edge rusher. And if this guy has the opportunity to become what some of these top edge rushers have become, it's not a miss. It's not a mistake. It is a need. I mean, you just drafted edge a couple years back when you drafted Kayvon, and Kayvon hasn't been what everybody thought because he's, in the same draft class as Aiden Hutchinson. What if this kid is more Aiden Hutchinson than Kayvon? That's a win. 888-808-1019. We'll continue to talk about the draft, but I know there is an incoming of Knicks fans as the Knicks win 118-116 in Game 3 to take a 2-1 lead over the Detroit Pistons. Man, I got plenty of time. A little bit more than 90 minutes left on the fan. This is Keith McPherson on the fan. Don't go anywhere. I'm coming right back. Okay. Cues up perfectly. All right, yo. All right, yo. So when we come back, we will have the Steelers pick. And I see it's in. Let me see here. I can't wait. Are they going to pass on Shador or are they going to take him? I'm watching right now. Oh, they passed him. Oh, no, 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 no. It's not good yet. And the Pittsburgh fans are jumping up and down because they don't want Shador. Interesting. I'm starting to feel that empathy. I'm starting to have some sympathy for Shador Sanders and his situation. Sucks. Sucks. What y'all thinking, chat? I have a feeling someone will trade into the end of the round to take him. Yeah, probably. Day two, or that. A solid 6 or 7 years of mockery about the Jones pick. Yeah, That's all time. Add every year until the rest of time. We're not done. Jaden, who just called in, appreciate taking my first. Oh, what's up? Appreciate taking my first call in. Actually, a Jets fan, but Membu was one of the two right possible picks. So not much, but it's the right pick, not the sexier pick, but it's a correct pick. Picking up what you were putting down, Keith, about Abdul Carter. Yes, sir. That's what I just said. Here we go. Pick 21. Yep, the Steelers take a defensive tackle. I'm hyped as hell. And they might know that they have Aaron Rodgers. I'm going to speak about it as soon as we get back on air. I'm hyped as hell that the Giants got Abdul Carter. All of our Super Bowls came on the backs of legendary defensive teams. History repeats itself. And like I said, look at this Super Bowl. Jalen Carter, Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, like those guys up front were hell for Patrick Mahomes. Big Zoo, Paulie, and Rosie and Connor. Great show as always. Thanks, man. Knicks win, lead series 2-1. Yeah, we're going to get some. Weird ending to the Knicks game. Yeah, the refs blew the buzzer before because Brunson was trying to miss the shot on purpose. I wasn't watching in real time. Knicks just got the win. Cam to AM every drive from work. Thanks for keeping us entertained. Thanks for watching. Appreciate everybody. We don't need a QB, I don't think. Everyone needs a QB thing. I can't wait to see who my Packers pick. Draft night always fun. It's always fun. There's just a lot of motion and things to talk about. Keith, you're the truth. Listen to you every night at work. Appreciate it, bro. People have been really nice tonight. People have been really complimentary of me tonight. I had two calls calling into the fan where they said, with the number one pick out of all the hosts on the fan, you, Keith, we're taking you number one. I'm like, oh, you guys are too kind. But, somebody else called and they were like, you're the best on the station. And there's no higher compliment you can pay than to call WFAN live where everybody could hear you. Everybody that listens to the station, everybody that's on the station listening, everybody in between, for a listener to call in and say you are the best, that is a high praise. That's the highest compliment that a host can get, and I appreciate it for real. So let's get back to it. Not done. Yeah. Okay. Right back at it on the fan in New York. It's draft night, and the Knicks won. Yes, the Knicks take a 2-1 lead over the Detroit Pistons like I knew they would. They may never lose to the Pistons again. And we are waiting on the 21st overall pick because we're still talking Shedeur Sanders. You got it, run it. Oh, oh no. Okay, so a few things here. One, great decision by the University of Colorado to just retire Shedeur's jersey and not have this whole watch party for the NFL draft that Dion was talking about. Oh, we're not going to the draft. We're going to do it in our place. The head coach of the football team and quarterback, and Heisman Trophy winner. No, Travis Hunter told him, I'm done. I don't need to be in Colorado. I'm going to go walk across the stage. And Shedeur, we don't know when you're going to get picked, buddy. This is going to be awkward. So now Shedeur has fallen into somewhere he might not get picked tonight. Embarrassing. I'm starting to feel this like empathy, sympathy, this like secondhand embarrassment for him because he is, I said I thought the league was going to humble him tonight, and there was a lot of negativity coming out around him, and everybody's passing on him. But this is his origin story. This is how a lot of these guys are made, right? Aaron Rodgers had to go through this. Lamar Jackson had to go through this. And speaking of Aaron Rodgers, the Steelers not taking Shedeur right there, they might have word from Aaron Rodgers. We don't know if, Aaron Rodgers was on Pat McAfee and was asked, what these teams do in the draft, does that dictate your decision or whatever? And he said, no. Well, here's another tidbit for you. The Steelers don't have a second-round pick, so they're not taking Shedeur Sanders. Unless he falls into the third round, which he can't fall into the third round. Go ahead, Zoo.
ESPN just spliced up another stat. 96% they had it coming into the draft. I assume I didn't see the specifics of it. So 96% they had it that Shador Sanders would be drafted prior or at number 21. So now we are into really, really, really small percentile area. And I got to ask you, because for me, it's growing higher and higher by the second. Where are you seeing percentage-wise with Shador getting drafted tonight? For me, I mean, it's 50-50. Because maybe somebody could trade up and take him at 29 or 28. But that really feels like that's it right now. That's the option.
Where I have gotten now is, why would you give anything up to jump into the first round to go get Shador when he very well could be there tomorrow? And when you look at the teams that are about to pick, none of them need him. Let's go through the exercise. Justin Herbert, Jordan Love, J.J. McCarthy, C.J. Stroud, Matthew Stafford, Lamar Jackson, Jared Goff, Jaden Daniels, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, and Jalen Hurts. Obviously, I gave you the quarterbacks of the teams in the order that they're picking the rest of the way. 888-808-1019. So let's go back to the top of the draft and play that game. The Giants are not going to give up a damn thing to trade back into the first round to get Shador Sanders or Jackson Dart. They could fall in their lap. Don't give anything away. There was all this hype about trades and movement in this. The only team that moved was the 5th overall Jacksonville Jaguars. They moved up 3 spots to 2 to get Travis Hunter, a kid from Florida, that they're going to probably, like, as I joked about, the Browns probably will the Jacksonville Jaguars will literally let Travis Hunter stay on the field. He'll play both sides. Don't be surprised if you see me down there this fall in Jacksonville, rooting them on with a gang of relatives. Who is trading into the first round to get Shador? You can cross off the Steelers. They don't have a second round pick. And they might very well know that it'll be Aaron Rodgers and Mason Rudolph, Skylar Thompson as their quarterback. The Browns don't need to do that. They signed Joe Flacco. They have Kenny Pickett, and they have Dorian Thompson-Robinson. They might still have Bailey Zappi. Is Bailey Zappi still hanging around? I know he was there at the end of the year. You count the Browns out. Bailey Zappi signed with the Kansas City Chiefs. He's going to take Carson Wentz's backup role. Who is going? The Saints? The Saints pick in the second round. What I'm saying is there's nobody trading back into the first round to get these free-falling quarterbacks, because if they're falling this far, Shador or Jackson Dart could be available in the second round for whoever potentially wants them. Whether it's the Browns, whether it's the Giants, whether it's the Saints. That's it. That's it. It's how it goes. Like, there are some really talented football players who are being chosen tonight. Like the Steelers, they thought about taking it, but they took this kid Derek Harmon, a D tackle out of Oregon. That's more important. That's a more important need. How old is Cameron Hayward? And they'll figure it out at quarterback. They just drafted Kenny Pickett 3 years ago. So, I feel bad for Shador Sanders. This is a kid who has supreme confidence. This is a kid who is very flashy and believes in himself and talks a big game, and even went to the combine talking a big game. So much so, there's a lot of grown men that are coaches and scouts, and he rubbed them the wrong way, and they spoke about him. And it has hurt his draft stock. He has completely fallen. But how about this? That ain't even any of our business anymore. Good on the Giants for not being dumb enough to use the 3rd overall pick on him. Greg is in Westchester on the Fan in New York.
Hey, Keith, how you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, good, man. We left the stadium about a half hour ago with the 3rd annual trip. We're doing this draft party for, a few years. I got 3 boys in the car, and they're blown away. We're talking to you on the radio right now.
What's up, guys? You got good weather out there. Shout out to Dad for being a good dad. Good job, Dad.
Big Jet fans. It's in the last few years, I don't see an Aaron Rodgers. It's just been awful, man. Really, I don't know.
Yeah, but
So,
I would say
what are you going to
everything.
do about it?
Okay, everything you're seeing from this new regime, it should be more professional. It should be, there should be some better days ahead. It shouldn't be as much of a mess.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. And look, it's all about the shared experience, right? Like, I get to the game. It's just awesome to be with your family, your friends, and you got to watch a sporting event. Hopefully, you get a good game, and you have that memory, right? And that's what I'm looking for. Hopefully, the Jets, turn a quarter, and it's funny that the dress party. I'll tell you a little funny dress party story. The Giants brought out Russell Wilson and gave him this big intro, and you could hear a pin drop. It was pretty sad. I mean, he was like an imposter. It's like he's a Seahawk. He's a great quarterback, but my God, I don't know
He would have got a better reception if this was 4 or 5 years ago. Now it's like, oh yay. They probably should have brought out Sierra. Sierra would have got more applause.
Yeah, I was having a flashback when on hold last year. We were talking about you were loving the tennis from Atlanta.
Yeah,
Right? I worked out for them, I think.
I knew it would.
Yeah, man, the draft. It's an awesome night,
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I opened the show tonight talking about how, we're full-blooded Americans. The NFL is king. We can't act like we don't care. We all care about this night.
Absolutely. Before we say goodnight to Keith, all right? All right.
Yeah, get home safe, guys. Appreciate it. Oh, I think he was about to sneak in a Jets, 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 Jets. Hey, save it, little man. Save it for the tailgate. A few months from now, when we know who is who and what is what, and the new era for the Jets starts. 888-808-1019. I think we're going to start talking about the Knicks after this call. Let's go to Luigi in White Plains and see what he's thinking about.
What's up, brother?
What's up, man?
Yeah, all right. Thanks for taking my call. I think he's a good available player. I think I'm happy. Giants fan, I think I'm very happy.
Yeah, you can't screw up this pick. And back-to-back years having top 10 picks, you honestly took two guys that I think in this league, like they're going to make immediate impacts. We saw what Malik Neighbors did. I expect Abdul Carter to make an immediate impact as well.
What do you think of them taking quarterback?
I think it's smart, right? I heard about how contentious it was. I heard about how many people in the building wanted to take Shador because they have and you know what? I'm giving Shane some credit. He didn't let all of the noise affect the decision to take the best player available. Don't pass on a guy that, as an edge rusher, Abdul Carter is a much better edge rusher defensive player than Shador Sanders is a quarterback. How they project into the NFL, Abdul Carter projects to be a Pro Bowler for multiple years. Shador is a question mark.
I hope everybody's right. I hope that I agree with you, but hopefully, I hope you're right.
Yeah, and you know what? The way that the board is going, Luigi, you can potentially have your pick of Jackson Dart or Shador Sanders tomorrow at pick 34. You could be sitting right there, and you don't have to give anything up to get them. And I said, if they would have used the third overall pick on these quarterbacks that many scouts and pundits and people have analyzed every snap of their college career, the Giants would have been laughed at. The Giants would have been mocked. They would have been the story of the night. Taken, and then all eyes would have been like, is this guy going to even be as good as Daniel Jones? Is this another mistake? Are these guys going to be fired before we even get to camp?
I agree, man. I appreciate you taking my call, man.
Thanks for the call. 888-808-1019. The Giants made the smart decision, the right decision. They added a player that is going to help, that is going to make plays that any of these other teams would have taken. There have been 4 edge rushers taken off the board. Anybody would have taken Abdul Carter after the season that he put together, the seasons that he put together. So no use, picking at the offense and a quarterback and what they need. This is just night one. They got plenty of other picks to bring in a young quarterback. And newsflash, you might not be yelling, might not be running and yelling around MetLife Stadium about Russell Wilson coming out, but like Russell Wilson is a Super Bowl winning veteran quarterback that is going to bring some stability, some knowledge, some experience to that locker room, to the field, and same thing with Jameis Winston, and I think they're going to be all right. Let's go to Eddie in the Bronx on the fan before we have to run into the next break. Eddie, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, man? I'm sitting here going like, I'm ecstatic. Well, first of all, the Knicks got the CW tonight.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going back and forth with my Giants. I mean, we've been good for, but I'm like, I'm looking at the way that this is rolling and looking at the rest of the teams that are here. Like, he's going to put a team. You don't need quarterback.
I just
They're at the top of the second round. And I'm like, you can go get your door right now.
you can wait. You can go to sleep tonight happy that you got Abdul Carter. He's going to be available tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. I know it's probably Jim that should go though.
Oh yeah, it's hurting Dion. It's hurting Bucky and Shiloh, his brothers, because they've been talking a big game about what he is and who he is, and he should be this and that. And the NFL will humble you. There are a lot of good players, talented players, and a lot of teams with needs.
Oh, absolutely. And this is the thing is that I think I don't know, do you take part or do you take but I don't know if this is an indictment on Shador. I'm like, does it just feel but it's the funniest thing because when you look at it and this is what I've been hearing. And even like the Giants thing, I feel that way too, to a degree. It's like you have Shador who has put he literally he was running around for Heisman. Literally, he was one of the best quarterbacks in college the past couple of years. What most Giants fans will tell you, I want Arch Manning. And Arch Manning hasn't even you haven't seen 5 good games out of this guy. I would say 5 full games. He won because of his last name.
Yep.
Because of everything with Eli. But and it's hopefully we can get us a good quarterback from all that. But I'm happy going it. And I'm trying to see if I can get the figure to the garden. It's gonna cost me a little problem.
Oh yeah, and if that is the closeout game, if that's Knicks in 5, if that's the game, them prices going up right now. Thanks for the call, Eddie. 888-808-1019. The Packers, the host city of this year's draft. The pick is in. Let's go to it.
Thank you, NFL, for bringing the draft here to Green Bay for the best draft in the history of the NFL. Right here. On behalf of the Packers fans here in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and everywhere, the Dog fans are everywhere. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the NFL Draft at Lambeau Field. It is our honor and privilege to host this wonderful event in our community, particularly since we are the only community-owned team in the NFL.
Yeah. Hurry up, Mark.
Just out of curiosity, how many of you are owners? Yeah. We also have the best owners in the NFL. We also want to celebrate the special connections we have with our fans that dates back to the early days of professional football. With the 23rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers, for the first time since 2002, draft a wide receiver,
Bolden.
Matthew Golden, wide receiver, Texas.
There it is. A speedster. It's funny, right? They draft a wide receiver, and that guy talking, his name Mark Murphy, he was the guy that was basically interviewed saying that they were done with Aaron Rodgers. And that's when we all knew. They talked to him at a Wisconsin girls championship basketball game, and he was like, "Yo, we're good, we're done. Like whether he's in the darkness retreat or whatever he's doing, we're moving on. Like we got our guy. Like we're done with that." 888-808-1019. Now we got to go to another break, and yeah, receivers are coming off the board, running backs now. Look at how long it took, right? Ashton Jeanty at 6, and then Amorian Hampton at 22. There's still a lot of talented players to be taken by the best teams in the league. Shador Sanders is not getting drafted tonight. Jackson Dart is not getting drafted tonight unless somebody really wants them and wants to give something up to trade back into the first round. Keith McPherson on the fan. When we come back, I'm going to start talking about the Knicks so that we can get some Knicks calls and conversation going. I know Knicks fans got to feel a lot better after game 3 than they did after game 2. It's right there in front of them for them to not lose a game the rest of this series. Stay with us. We've got a little bit more than an hour left in my show. KM to AM returns right after this. Okay. The dude Matthew Golden. I think I said Bolden. I don't know why I keep calling. I keep thinking of maybe Luther Burden. Matthew Golden looks like Nardo Wick tonight. Y'all know who Nardo Wick is? Hold on, I'm about to put the side by side together. Can I get a screenshot of this? Matthew Golden. Let me see if I can put this together real quick. Nah, you can't tell me these two don't look like brothers. That's Nardo. That's Matthew Golden. Nardo Golden. Those aren't. I gotta get better picks. Especially, I gotta find the pick of Golden at the draft, not in his uniform. It looked like Nardo Wick. All right, I don't got time for that. I got to look at this Knicks article real quick since I didn't get to really watch the game in full, in real time and watch the game in full. I'm going to read up on it. And I'll see what y'all are on in the chat too. Okay. I have a feeling someone will trade. I don't think so. Steelers just don't want a QB room. I know they're trash right now. Jaden, who just called in, appreciate. Yeah, Jaden. Did somebody copy that? I could have sworn that. Jaden there. Jaden. Oh, on Twitch and YouTube. I don't mind you tapping in and giving me 2 views cross platforms. My Twitch is hella weak. I don't play video games, but what I'm gonna start doing, I think, is DJing on. I'm gonna start DJing on Twitch and maybe TikTok too. I'm working on my setup, yo. I'm working on. Let me show y'all something. I don't want to show y'all too much. That's my DJ booth. Got the lights. Ready? This is my DJ booth in my apartment. Oh, I'm gonna kill him. Ooh, we gonna go to the club. I'm about to get back on the ones and twos. They don't even know what's about to hit them. They have no idea what I'm really like. You deserve all the love, Keith. You'll be on during the day one day. Keep grinding. I don't care about that. I'll keep it a buck with you. Like, I think most people think the goal is to get on during the day. I know I'm good as anybody during the day. Um, I think a lot of times people think that because you do the nighttime show, you're like grinding to get noticed. I have more followers than a lot of the people during the day. Okay. Hold on. We just got news here. Oh, we're on break. Adam Schefter. Yeah. Yo, not wasting any time. Let's do this. Okay. So I just said before the break that, unless someone trades back in from the second round to the first round, we will not see Jackson Dart or Shador Sanders drafted tonight. Well, hold the phones. Field Yates reports the Giants have traded pick 34, a 2025 third round pick, and a future sixth round pick to the Rams for pick number 26. Dun, dun, dun. They're on the clock. It's entertaining. I was waiting for another trade. I said the only trade that we saw tonight was number 5, go up to 2. Where is all the movement that was advertised about this being a crazy night that the Giants could just sit there? You know what? The Giants are not in a position to sit there. The Giants aren't in a position to sit there and say, we'll get them tomorrow. But look what they gave up to move up. Nothing crazy, right? A 2025 this year, third round pick, and a future sixth round pick to move up into the second round or the first round from 34 in the second round. I'm hitting refresh like crazy. Zoo's pointing at something. I'm waiting until we can get the audio too. They're on the clock. Ian Rappaport, the Giants are on the clock. Woo! Ah, yeah, this is yeah, yeah. This is gonna be a great rest of the night. I've got an hour left in this show. 888-808-1019. I knew tonight was going to be one of those nights. I came in with energy. I was pumped. I was excited to be here. This is history. This is an interesting plot twist. And we're obviously in here watching the draft. Right now, you see Matthew Golden, who looks like Nardo Wick, standing out there in Green Bay, flexing in front of his fans, right? He just got drafted by the Packers. So, what a memory for that guy coming out of Texas, knew to go to the draft tonight. And yeah, yeah, the Giants pick is in. They just went to commercial. They go to a Saquon commercial. This is all staged. The NFL, the script, they got the script writers and production people. This is all planned. We're sitting here waiting, and like I said again, kudos to the Giants and kudos to Joe Shane because I talked about how you win the fan base back, how you win the draft. At number 3, you took a guy that anybody in the NFL would draft. At number 3, you took a guy that when we were watching the college football season and into the bowl season, people were talking about this guy's going at the top of the draft. A guy that was regarded as 1 or 2, him and Travis Hunter as the 2 can't miss prospects in this draft. Well, you got that guy. But your fan base has been screaming, host on this station, fans that call this station, have been saying, we need a quarterback. You lost all of those games. We don't want to be picking at 3 again or 6 again. You passed last year. You passed all these other. You have to get a quarterback and stop being so damn picky. I just took a call where Eddie from the Bronx says Giants fans are waiting for Arch Manning, and I didn't get to say it because we were going to break. I was going to say Arch Manning's not coming out next year. It's going to be 2 years. So are you going to lose for 2 more years? It'll be a new GM and a new head coach picking Arch Manning. These guys are working and fighting and maneuvering for their lives. Carson Shane, Joe Shane's son, you only get this job once. They're on their last legs. They're making the desperate moves that you have to make. Roll the dice, play chess. If you're a Giants fan tonight, you could have gone to sleep already and said, hey, we got Abdul Carter. And some Giants fans did. Some little kids that are Giants fans, mommy and daddy put them to bed 10:30. Say, hey, you go to bed. We even went to the draft party tonight. Got to get the kids home. Got to get the kids home bedtime, 10:30. Their kids sleeping right now thinking, okay, we got Abdul Carter. Hopefully tomorrow we get our young quarterback of the future. Hopefully tomorrow we finally draft a QB with this regime. How much have I talked about complete the Holy Trinity? Get your own guy. Pair up the GM, the head coach, with the young quarterback. We just took a call from the guys that were at the watch party that said the Giants introduced Russell Wilson at the watch party, and you could hear a pin drop. And now your starting quarterback, number 3, Russell Wilson. And somewhere Jameis is in the back eating W's, saying the Lord's Prayer, and probably giving, pump up speeches to people that don't need it. And it's like, is this it? And Tommy DeVito he doesn't do the pinching hands anymore after Baker Mayfield did it all fast. But Tommy DeVito just being cool in the background with his TD chain, minding his business. There are Giants fans that are saying, when? And now is the time. Hit it, Zoo. Well done. Well done. Well done. The G-Men. All of the dots to connect. Ole Miss. Eli Manning. Joe Shane's son. Carson Shane posting Jackson Dart highlights on Instagram. Joe Shane's daughter going to Ole Miss. Joe Shane going down there. Even the foreshadowing they gave you earlier tonight where Joe Shane said, Brian Dable went to Penn State. Penn State is where Brian Dable's kid goes to school. So when he went to Parents Weekend to visit his kid, he also sat with Abdul Carter. They have scouted Abdul Carter. They have scouted Jackson Dart. And now those two guys on night 1 of the 2025 NFL Draft are New York Giants. Well done, Joe Shane and company. 888-808-1019. The Giants get a generational pass rusher, and they finally draft a young passer. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We got to go to the break, to the update. And I've got 1 hour left of this show. We'll get reaction on the trade. And Jackson Dart coming to New York. We'll also get reaction on the Knicks winning, going up 2-1 against the Detroit Pistons in that series. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the Fan. What's up, man?
Nope.
It's a good move.
Yep.
He did it.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Morristown. Giants have themselves a new quarterback. They trade back into the first round, 25th overall with the Texans, in order to select Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss. Giants giving up their second rounder, a third rounder, and a 3 next year, as they have their new quarterback in the future, and they also passed on Shedeur Sanders twice. He's still scored. Giants also had the pass rush to Bill Curry and third overall. Also, last year with the 50-year option. On video, an extremely busy night in the first round for the Giants. For the Jets, they go offensive Williams third tackle Armand Membu as he looks to slide right into that right tackle spot. And Cam Ward, no surprise, went number 1 overall. Jaguars traded up to number 2 to land Travis Hunter. Browns took Mason Graham back at 5. And again, Shedeur Sanders remains on the board. Meanwhile, looking to steal the deal, the Knicks 1-2 punch coming out big. Karl Anthony Towns, the block to ignite the fast break. He poured in 31. Jalen Brunson 30 with 12 of them coming in the fourth quarter. Knicks able to withstand the Pistons 116. Mike Green to call him as chief. 22 for OG Anunoby, 20 for Mikal Bridges. Knicks regain home court in the 2-1 series lead. 69 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Valletti.
Yo, how much time do I have? Can I run to the bathroom and pee, or should I hold? I'll hold. All right. Shador Sanders. Crazy, bruh. They never loved you. Todd McShay and them were right. Yes, Nardo Wick the rapper. Coach, what are you talking about? My wife's gonna ban you from the crib. She can't ban me from my own crib. My wife can't kick me out. Jackson Dart. Shador, I'll tell you how Shador's downfall is gonna be studied. Has to be a QB. Get depends, Keith. I don't know what y'all are talking about. My wife is kicking me out of the house, and now I need diapers, adult diapers. Nah, let's get back. Let's get back to rocking the show and talking to the city and talking to Giants fans about what just transpired tonight. New York! I got 1 hour left. Let's get right into it, man. I'm going to take some calls on the Knicks. I'm going to take some calls on the Giants. We'll go back and forth. A lot of you root for the same team, so it'll work out. If you want to say something about the Knicks win, if you want to say something about the Giants' huge win tonight, they did it. They executed it. They took the number 3 overall pick and got Abdul Carter, traded back into the first round, and got the quarterback of the future. And it is not Shador Sanders. It is Jackson Dart, who had all of these connections to the team. It makes sense. With Brian Daboll supposedly, reportedly leaning more in favor of drafting him. Ole Miss connection with Shane's kid going to school down there, his son posting the highlights, and, of course, Eli Manning being an Ole Miss product. Here he is. 888-808-1019. Jay is in the Bronx, back on the Fan in New York.
Hey, salute, K-Mac, salute. Yeah, man, that's crazy, man. Big Zoo was just talking about it while I was on hold, and, we were saying how great it would be for them to trade back, to get, come away with Shador Sanders and Abdul Carter in the first round, and they took Dart. And then I thought about it because my first thought was, yeah, they didn't take Sanders, they took Dart instead. But once I started deep diving, I remember Lane Kiffin. One thing about Lane Kiffin, you got to be a top-notch QB if you QB1 in his program. One thing about him, he knows QB. He know a quarterback and receiver one. So, that gives me hope that this guy is the real deal.
Jay.
Ole Miss has done a lot of winning in the SEC in the last few years.
There you go. SEC quarterback versus a Pac-12 quarterback. Jackson Dart transferred from USC to Ole Miss, another high-profile school, versus Jackson State, Colorado. Last night I was talking, he's got a little boogie in him. He can run, he can shake. He's going to have to learn how to not take hits and get out of bounds and go down. But Daboll prefers a mobile quarterback in his system, and he's got a stronger arm, some say, than Shador. He's got some different things on film. I mean, some people knocked him and said, they try to make the offense simpler for him, and Lane Kiffin tried to give him, half the field to read, whatever. He is going to sit there and learn behind Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, and he's got time to develop and get bigger, faster, stronger, and become an NFL quarterback. And you finally now have completed the head coach having his guy and the GM drafting him a quarterback. Thanks for the call, Jay. 888-808-1019. It was never Shador. And, in my chat right now, somebody said, Shador's downfall got to be studied. I'll tell you, they always say pride go before the fall. Shador Sanders showed up to the combine very prideful. Shador Sanders, in all of his meetings, I know it's not the right thing, but a lot of these coaches and scouts came out and said he was arrogant, entitled. He didn't want to meet with certain teams. He didn't want to talk to certain people. He was signaling very on Giants. We've been doing this every night. I've been on the fan every night. He showed up here during the Heisman. He put blue and red laces in his uptowns, in his all-white Air Forces. Who does that? It was a signal to be like, want to come to New York. He met up with Malik Neighbors in the streets of New York. People had cameras out. They're throwing the football, signaling, I'm going to be your quarterback. No. The cleats, the Giants cleats that he never wore in the game on his feet, but somebody photographed them at his locker. He was signaling that he wanted to be a Giant. His dad came out and said, hopefully it's New York. It's not. Zoo, what you got?
I was going to say, listen, we're talking a lot about Shador, and I think there still is a chance we could go tonight about the Giants moving up and not taking him. Not great for him. But I did want to say this. We have this nice little profile here that kind of greets me for us on Jackson Dart. So why don't we
Yes. Run it.
a little bit more acquiesce them to it.
Oh, Queen.
Jackson Dart, quarterback, Ole Miss. 35, first down, play action, Dart, fire, deep, smooth operator in the pocket. Jackson Dart threw for over 4,000 yards and 29 touchdowns.
I got to pee. I'll go to the next break.
He has great touchdown throws, precise ball placement, and a quick release. Dart also mobile, running for nearly 500 yards last season and can extend speeds with well. He struggled a bit against top competition, but still concerned some scouts, but he has the tools and toughness to be an NFL starter.
I told you guys that this would happen. I told you guys after that Tax Slayer Bowl, whatever the hell it was, when he played against Duke, that he was about to be a quick riser. I told you guys even the fact that he went to the combine and he threw. Shador Sanders didn't throw at the combine. Those type of things help your case. And, I mean, right now, there's clips floating around of Jackson Dart meeting with John Gruden doing the quarterback school. Shador Sanders is free falling into the second round of the draft, a guy that was projected to be third overall to the Giants for weeks. And clearly, we thought so because the Giants had went out to Colorado. No. They also were doing their due diligence and their work on Jackson Dart. And I know I heard Todd McShay say Shador Sanders will not be a Giant. Brian Dable favors Jackson Dart over him. Shane already had the connection. And obviously Eli has the connection with Ole Miss. There's your quarterback of the future, Giants fans. You can start to dream. Mark out in California back on the fan in New York. What are you thinking about, Mark?
I'm going to start the future right now, man. So, yeah, no. Absolutely ridiculous. I came on the call. Maybe you'll talk about Jackson Dart. Anyway, man, listen. Me and you are on the same page with the whole Duke thing. Like, the stock elevated just when you were talking about combine, it would be the Kenyon Daniels and Phil combine. They were doing this well, Jake Mannion, bro. But I thought for sure Kansas Tech would have been so much flashier considering, like, if Cleveland takes them, oh man. If Cleveland takes Shador Sanders, yeah. If you trade up a Buffalo pick, they sweep Jacksonville, sweep them, right? You got Mason Graham, he's not bad, you know what I mean? But I would have liked to see Cleveland take Carter. Compare him with Garrett would have been nuts. That would have been like, you know. Listen, Jackson Dart, and I know let's not forget, he'll be left for 12 touchdowns in 3 seasons. And that's 1,200 yards. That's not like something crazy, right? You know? Daniel Jones up for 30 touchdowns as a runner. You do 30 touchdowns, right? So that's not like forget. Listen, Jackson Dart season. I thought he would go second round, but listen, outside of like Cleveland taking him, who would have took him? Look at the picks ahead of the Giants. No one's going to draft a quarterback. No one.
Yeah, but
You can see flat in the field,
I
and
I don't know, Mark.
you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. Thanks for the call. But as I was sitting here saying that both quarterbacks would fall to the second round, you don't control what other teams are doing or thinking. And if you got a guy that you like and you want, and you're willing to give up a little bit to go get him, you go get him. You don't wait because then you could be sitting on your hands and then someone else trades back into the first round, whoever it might have been, Cleveland, New Orleans, and then they got your guy. And then again, you could if they didn't want Shador, which obviously they didn't want Shador, and that plays into it too. And when I mentioned him throwing at the combine, he went to the Senior Bowl. He also played in the Senior Bowl. Shador went to the East West Shrine Bowl, didn't play. That is what they're talking about with entitlement. That's what they were talking about with arrogance and an attitude that didn't match what they saw on film. Jackson Dart had some turnovers. He had some bad film. But he had enough good things, and he did the things to rise up the draft board to jump a Shador Sanders, who was always 1-2 with Cam Ward, who was always supposed to be a top 5, a top 10 pick. That's the story. Jackson Dart did enough after that bowl game, including that bowl game in the Senior Bowl and at the Combine to jump Shador Sanders for a team like the Giants, who obviously needed to draft a quarterback, and the Sanders family was signaling for weeks and months, oh, he's going to New York. Oh, we want him to go to the Giants. He's not going to be a Giant now. Steve is in Rockland on the fan. What's up, Steve?
Hey, Keith, I think there's all one of the things, one of the lessons to be learned here is that predict, no one really knows how this is going to unfold. All you, like you said, it was almost like it was a foregone conclusion that he was good. He hasn't even been drafted yet. He must have done, I'll tell you something, he must have done some really off-putting stuff
Yeah.
to have arrived at this particular situation. I mean, I just.
For the Steelers to pass on him at 21 and take a defensive tackle, and it was like the 4th defensive tackle off the board.
And also, and like all of a sudden, Abdul Carter. Like, it was like almost, I don't know, I guess, if you know, this team about quarterbacks for the Giants, and now they're gonna go D-line again, with the third pick. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm just in the general scheme of everybody saying what you're gonna do. Guess what? The only people who know what's going down are the participants. Okay, the team, and they kept a very well kept secret.
Yeah.
What they were doing.
Yes.
The nice job that doing.
Masterful, professional. Looks like they know what they're doing.
And now, but you know what? Here's someone who really would. I know that is a very difficult schedule that they have to. That's a very difficult gauntlet that they have to run for next season. I'm just hoping that there's a little bit of light.
Thanks for the call, Steve. There is, because the same way you said nobody can predict the NFL draft and what's about to happen, nobody can predict the NFL season. 888-808-1019. We're going to keep talking about how the Giants have the longest odds to get to the Super Bowl. They're not expected to win the Super Bowl. They're not going to win the Super Bowl next year. We're going to keep talking about the strength of schedule, how they have the toughest strength of schedule. The schedule's coming out soon, right? That's the order of operations here. I'm pretty sure after the draft, the schedule drops. We'll know exactly who they play and when they play. We know the opponents, and it doesn't look good on paper. But Shane and this Giants front office, including Brian Dable and the assistant GM and the scouts, all of them, they just had a day one for their lives with their careers on the line. They killed 2 birds with 1 stone. The fan base that was split between we need a quarterback, take the best available. Why not both? Why not both? Got him. Harvey is in Dix Hills on the Fan. Go for it, Harvey.
Hi, Keith. I was on your first show. I'm so grateful for the last 3 calls that I made with you. And I'm so excited you have no idea. I mean, we said yesterday, we both said, maybe they'll trade into the round and get the franchise quarterback. And I also told you last night that if they drafted Abdul Carter and they don't get their franchise quarterback, it's a failure. This is a success. This is almost unbelievable. And you know that Jackson Dart is the quarterback I wanted. And just to let anybody know the stats. Number one, he led the SEC in total yardage of passing percentage, and is a very level quarterback and broke Eli Manning's passing record in Mississippi. I believe he was and is a franchise quarterback. I'm ecstatic, Keith, honestly.
That's what they had to do after the miserable 2 seasons you just went through as a Giants fan. To win the fans back, to win the fans over, you couldn't split the fan base and only satisfy one side. You satisfied the people that said, Abdul Carter's right there at 3. You take him. And then you also traded back in from the second round to satisfy the folks that are saying, when are we going to take a quarterback? You got to take a quarterback at some point.
Absolutely, Keith. As a matter of fact, I just heard from one of my friends and a patient of mine, congratulating me on this pick. And I must tell you, I am absolutely beside myself right now. I can't even believe it.
Good. And that is part of the business, because that is what's going to sell jerseys and tickets and get you to be bought in. And if they can put a better product together, nobody knows what's going to happen this season. Week 1, you'll be either at the stadium, on your couch, or at the bar, wherever, saying, let's go Giants, let's compete. And however that ball bounces, or however we get some turnovers, some sacks, or maybe if this offense can actually look like an NFL offense, we'll be in a game and can steal some games like we did the first year with Shane and Dable.
Yes, and you said it before, Keith. You said the mobility is a factor in the NFL, and Sanders, I think he has a limited mobility, even though he has an accurate arm. Jackson Dart's got everything. You remember last year, I wanted the Giants to trade down and get Bo Nix. Everybody said that on the radio for all year round. I'm telling you, Jackson Dart is a very, very good quarterback, and I think he's going to be that franchise quarterback.
Yes, sir. Thanks for the call, Harvey. He's good enough. They have to work with him. They have to develop him. And lucky for him, he's walking into a situation with 2 NFL quarterbacks, one who was a number 1 overall pick, won a national championship, the other who was an underrated pick, I think a 3rd round pick, but won a Super Bowl, has been to multiple Pro Bowls, has played in multiple systems, multiple cities. He can learn a lot from Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson and not have to worry about, oh, I got to carry the franchise. Oh, I got to step in the game and win. I got to know this offense and defense like the back of my hand. No. Become. Develop. I think it's a great day for the Giants fans. I think you won. It's also a great day for the Knicks fans. They won too, and I knew they would. Mario, Long Beach, talk to us. You're on the Fan. Great.
That's always, yeah. So, very happy about it. I'm a Jets fan. I'm happy about the Jets and the Giants, I think the Jets now, with the offensive line, last year they took the left tackle in the first round. Now they got the right tackle in the first round. Guard, Barry Tucker, was a first-round pick the year before. They got 3 first-round picks. The center was a second-round pick. And the other guard was starting for Baltimore, which will have one of the best running games in the league. They might be top 5 offensive line,
I don't know about that, but yeah, sure. Now is the time to dream and guess and proclaim, and yeah, they still gotta put it together. That we'll see.
The talent is there, though. All first round picks.
Yes, sir. Talent is there.
But anyway, talking about the Knicks, a very, very good game. They played a full game, and the thing that really bothers me, you hear in the afternoon show, I guess it's content too. Everybody starts saying when they lost the game, Pat wasn't doing this, Bronson shoots too much. You know what? He just won an award, Bronson, 2 days ago.
Yeah, clutch player of the year. And he came back so that he could play the games to qualify to win that award. He knew he was going to win it.
Yeah, but he deserved it. And when people say he shoots too much, do you understand that the guy is averaging 10 points a game in the last 5 minutes of the game?
He's a closer. Yes, I understand. You understand. When it's winning time, when it's crunch time, there are not enough closers in the NBA. The Knicks have one.
Yeah. How many people would you pick up off him with the 10 seconds to go with the ball in the hand? Not many people in the whole NBA. He might be
Kobe, Kobe was a closer like that. I know. I always think about Kobe and like crunch time, winning time, ball in his hands. You know who's going to take the ball, who's going to draw the fouls, who's going to get to the bucket, make the plays, make the right shots. If he gets double teamed, find the right man. Like Brunson is like that.
But you know what's amazing about him, Keith? 6'2". He's not fast. He can't jump, and he's slow, and he still gets the shot off in the paint. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, but you know what? He had 9 assists tonight on top of his 30 points, but got his teammates involved, made it a point to get them involved, and they responded right away. Karl Anthony Towns wasn't wasting any time in this game. He knocked down 4 threes. He had 31 points. He hit all of his free throws. OG Anunoby as well had to dip back into his offensive bag and get going. It was needed. Obviously, he's got to guard Cade Cunningham, but we need you to score as well. And speaking of Cade Cunningham, OG turned in 22 points. How many points did Cade Cunningham have? 24? Not much more than OG, right? I can see how they're going to win this series. Go on.
Yeah, one last point. Before, I heard a lot of people saying, including Evan, that Cade Cunningham is better than Brunson. No, pump the brakes. Nowhere near that yet. And you know what? Cade Cunningham has a problem with turnovers. You know how many turnovers he has in the series? 18.
Because he's inexperienced.
Turns the ball over,
He's young. He's 23. He's not there yet. He'll learn. Yeah, he's going to get a lot better through this experience.
Who would you rather have the ball with 10 seconds to go to win the game?
It's no question. It's no question. The guy that I've seen win multiple playoff games, win games in the regular season, that has done it before, it's Brunson, the captain of the Knicks.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Great show as always, buddy.
Thanks for the call, Mario. 888-808-1019. I told you guys it's a different strategy. It's a series. When you're playing the same team every single game, you got to give them different looks. They're going to adjust. The Knicks could have beat them in the second game, but they went with Mikal Bridges, who had the hot hand, and he missed some shots down the stretch, and some plays didn't get made, and guys like Dennis Schroeder knocked down some. Okay, whatever. Now let's go to Detroit. Those Detroit fans left sad tonight. Those Detroit fans left quiet tonight. 888-808-1019. The Knicks win, and 4 out of 5 starters have over 20 points. The Knicks win, and they get turnovers, they get steals, they get blocks. Everybody had a block in the starting 5. They rebounded. That was a big conversation about got to rebound better. It was only Mitch rebounding. And you know what? As I talk about all the starters, when you look at the Knicks bench, they had 9 points on the bench. And as much as we said, yo, get Precious Achiuwa involved, DMP. Yo, are we going to see PJ Tucker? DMP. What about Ariel Hawk-Porty? He's around. DMP. Did not need. Not did not play. Did not need. Oh, what about Cameron Payne in the first game? Yeah, we'll throw him out there a little bit. But the only guy you really need off that bench is Mitchell Robinson for his size and his experience. He gave you 16 minutes, 4 rebounds, only 2 points. But all in all, if this series, for anybody that said Knicks in 5 or Knicks in 6, you're probably going to be spot on. I said Knicks in 6 out of respect for Detroit, that I think they can get 2 games. If they don't lick their wounds and they go back to the lab and they watch the film and they come out Sunday in a matinee in an early game, maybe they take that one from the Knicks. But I think there's a chance that the Knicks don't lose another game in this series. They got them right where they want them. They like in the beginning of this game, Tim Hardaway Jr. was cooking. If it's not Cade Cunningham taking over, and if it's not like Tobias Harris checked him, and Karl Anthony Towns was going right at him early on, they have the answers. They have the coach. They have the better players. So let's see. 888-808-1019. Most of these calls, all of these calls are now about the New York Giants, who tonight selected Abdul Carter, edge rusher from Penn State, number 3 overall. And then they trade back from 34 into the first round to go get their quarterback of the future at 25, Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Let's take this break. When we come back, we'll get the last calls in. Then I'll get out of the way so Big Mac can do his thing. I know Big Mac is happy they got the quarterback. It isn't Shador, Big Mac, but that's okay. We'll be right back. Now I'm going to the bathroom. I'll throw to him. Shane and Dave were talking about Dart playing back to back. We'll take the calls.
Yeah. And my bad if I didn't make it clear. I was getting everything.
Doesn't matter,
I
dude.
was like rolling on.
There's always a lot going on. We're literally flying the plane.
Yeah.
I'm watching the Knicks game. I'm watching the draft. I'm live right now. I'm looking at but we get it done. Like that's what I was saying. You got to be a dumbass not to figure out how to do this. Like, we don't need anybody holding our hands. Like we're killing it.
No, I'm saying with the picks, I didn't mean if you were rushing because I was grabbing them so we didn't have to rush.
Yeah, it's all good. I didn't know the timing wise. I'm like, we got to go to it now. It was like a fire drill. Like they traded back in and we had to get to it. So
yeah, my bad.
My boy Alex says he's calling in. I'm like, I don't see your name on the board.
He was up there, right? That was who you took, right?
Did I? Nah, not yet.
Let me see. He might have called in. He might have actually been a Nick call that was hanging on.
Okay.
I'm gonna call back.
Yeah. All right, this is the last stretch here. All right, coming back. We got some audio to play. I'm going to take as many calls as I can reacting to the Giants trading back in and getting Jackson Dart. Let's see. What's up, Keith? Just checking in. Great show, like always. Appreciate you, yo. Hopefully the Giants give Dart time to learn and grow. Dable thinks he can develop in. It's a good day. Less than a half hour left in this day. Keith McPherson on the Fan, wrapping up another 5-hour KM to AM, a special edition draft night live, as well as watching the Knicks handle their business. We have audio from Shane and Dable, and shout out to Joe Shane and Brian Dable and the Giants. From everything I was seeing online, they had a poker face. They made it seem like they were done. Good night. Everybody go home. We got Abdul Carter. We'll see you tomorrow. No, they were lurking in the shadows. They were working in the dark. I literally had a break where I was like, I guess Shedeur Sanders and Jackson Dart are going to fall into tomorrow unless somebody trades up. And that's how you have to play the game. You can't trust any of these other 31 teams that somebody's not going to say, hey, well, we'll take this guy. Go get the guy you want. They didn't want Shedeur Sanders. They wanted Jackson Dart. They might have been tipped off that somebody else was interested, and they didn't allow themselves to be left hanging. Let's hear Joe Shane and Brian Dable. Just play them back-to-back, Zoo.
Jackson fired up to get him. We went through an extensive quarterback process. It started as far back as last May in terms of evaluating the quarterbacks. Dave's and I have been through this quite a few times, and at the end of the day, we're fired up to have Jackson Dart. It's part of the organization, and look forward to working with him.
Went back to last May. I guess you should have been looking last May. I understand it. And then they got the guy they wanted. Let's hear from the head coach, because it is most important for this head coach that developed Josh Allen to have the guy that he wants to work with and develop his skill set.
Yeah, I think he's got a lot of qualities you look for in a good quarterback. He's tough, makes good decisions with the football, pushes the ball down the field, has athletic ability, played in a really tough conference, started there at USC as a young guy, but, did a really good job throughout this process of our meetings, board work, workouts, and the tape that we like. So I look forward to working with him. I'm glad he's here, and we'll get started as soon as we can.
Woo! Here we go, Giants fans. Your time to talk on the Fan. Joe, out in Las Vegas, how you feeling?
Sound amazing.
Right? It's a good win. It's 2 wins in one night. You could argue that they won the draft, that they had the best draft tonight.
100%. And it's funny because I don't know if you remember this. A few months ago, I called in, and I don't even remember why I brought up Jackson Dart, but I did. And you had said, oh, yeah, that one throw he made, that you were like, it was like a perfect throw. He was running to his left.
Rolling to his left, dime, on the run, in the bowl game.
2-yard line. Yes. And so it's crazy. I went to the casino that I always go to here in Vegas, and I was like, I haven't been there like months, but today I was like, let me go. And we had the Golden Knights game on, we had the Knicks game on, we had the draft on, and they kept changing the audio, which was a little weird, but I was so excited when they picked Carter, because I'm like, you know what, we still can get Milrow, we could still maybe get Sanders, which he must be interviewing real bad with people, and then you can, and then Dart, but I prefer Dart, and my family in New York also wanted Dart, so man, it was a good day. You have to give it an A+.
Thanks for the call, Joe. Thanks for sharing your experience. Yeah, the more and more that I think about Shedeur, I think the Giants avoided one here. What comes along with Shedeur Sanders, we all know, with his brothers, with his dad, with the full production that he is. So if you watch the film and you didn't think that his film was better than Jackson Dart, it's a no-brainer. And I already, connected the dots with all the ties to Ole Miss, from Eli to Shane and his kid going to Ole Miss. And here it is. Because congratulations to the Giants fans, and good on the Giants front office. Like, you guys didn't get fired. You didn't lose your jobs. And tonight you actually did your jobs. Good on you. Dave in New Haven on the Fan next. Go for it, Dave.
Hey, first and foremost, as a Giants fan, I'm gonna give you big shout out. T-Book from New Haven, Gar from Alabama, going to the Salad Cowboys. That's a good pick for you all.
Yeah, Tyler Booker. Somebody's got to fight Jalen Carter. Somebody's got to fight Dexter Lawrence.
Listen, I know Terrence. I think he might have played on my nephew's Pop Warner team, the New Haven Steelers. That pick was huge. I was hoping the Giants would move back and pick him. The Abdul Carter pick was great. I still think the Giants should have picked Shador, man. They might have lost a lifelong fan. They never picked a brother as a quarterback in the NFL draft. I think Shador is polished. He's ready for the big light. The Chase and Eli. I don't like that pick. I don't know.
Understood, and time will tell, but nobody has taken Shador Sanders. Thanks for the call, Dave. 888-808-1019. I know that's a narrative and a theme, and now it actually rings true. The Giants have never drafted a black quarterback. The Giants have drafted Jackson Dart and not Shador Sanders, and there are going to be people that say they ducked the black quarterback again. The first two quarterbacks that were projected to go in the draft, they couldn't trade up to get Cam Ward. They didn't take Shador Sanders, but black, white, whatever, Shador Sanders is Deion Sanders' kid. Shador Sanders did not come off humble, likable, did not come off as a kid trying to get drafted by any of these NFL teams in the first round. They all said he came off entitled, and it's just not a good look. Pride always goes before the fall, and he has fallen out of the first round of the draft. And now we'll see what the story turns into, right? Does he turn it into a thing of like, I'm going to make the entire NFL pay? Maybe, but that's not the Giants' problem. That's not the Giants. The Giants have nothing to do with that anymore. Maybe they play against him and he lights them up. But they ultimately went and got the guy that they wanted, black, white, whatever. And I don't think they should have used the third overall pick for Shador Sanders. I also don't think that they should have traded back into the first round to get Shador Sanders. He comes with a lot of baggage, luggage. Could he have worked here? Potentially, but they, like I'm saying, when I looked at Jackson Dart, he was a fast riser for a lot of things. That bowl game, the Senior Bowl, the Combine, and then when you look at Brian Daboll, he wants his quarterback to be able to run some design runs, run the ball a little bit. Jackson Dart runs too much, takes too many hits. He's got to learn. But there's film and there's things to say. Like, Jackson Dart went from USC to Ole Miss. Shador Sanders went from Jackson State to Colorado. They're not close as far as the level of competition of football. Shador always had his dad coaching him in high school at both colleges. It is a big change. Jackson Dart doesn't have a podcast, not that I know of, not a vlog or a YouTube channel, doesn't have his brother following him around, doesn't have his brother tweeting for him. Like, sometimes people want to avoid some of that. And the connections between Eli Manning and Ole Miss with Shane and all that were there as well. I don't want to further the narrative that the Giants didn't want a black quarterback or didn't want to draft a black quarterback, because they did have Tyrod Taylor play a couple years ago. They did have Geno Smith literally start over Eli Manning. I don't think that there's any race-driven things, but I understand that the narrative lives because they were projected to take Shador Sanders for weeks, and they trade back in, and Shador Sanders is available, and they say, no, we're getting Jackson Dart. Chris is in Brooklyn on the Fan next. What's up, Chris?
Hey, good evening, Chief. How you doing tonight?
Good. Thanks for calling.
Good. Thank you. Thanks, Pat. So my thing with Shador Sanders, I've been saying this for weeks with friends as we talk, is, Deion is it's such a distraction. And putting the microphone in front of Dion and asking him, what would you have done differently? Would you have played him, or what would you have him done? And the last thing any NFL team or any coach or GM wants to hear from anyone is, well, Deion Sanders said this, and Deion Sanders said that. I think that distraction really is affecting him also. Because like you just said, his dad is coaching since high school, probably even before that. So high school, college, and everything else. So you know how it is, and how everyone loves to stir up controversy, and they're all going to just be pointing at Deion, saying, "Well, what would you do differently?" I don't know. What's your thoughts on it?
No, you're a little bit right about that. Thanks for the call, Chris, because there's a lot of people that were saying in the offseason they're going to draft Shador, and these guys will get fired this year, and Sanders is going to come coach the Giants. And I'm like, come on, yo. He's coaching at Colorado. He himself said he's got a kickstand down. He's posted up there. He's not going anywhere. They just put his son's name on the building, on the football stadium. Number 2, Shador Sanders retired his number for winning the Johnny Unitas Golden Arm Award. Not winning any bowl games, barely winning enough games in 2 years, It's an interesting look at like the nepotism. It's an interesting look at the coach's son angle. Like I followed them closely. I supported them because we had never seen it before. And I had said about Shador coming into this draft, we've never seen a young black quarterback whose dad played in the league with this much attention and eyes and stuff on him. And for him to fall out of the first round, I did not have that on my bingo card. But you know what? I think they all helped this happen. Did he have first round talent? Sure. Is he probably going to be a NFL quarterback for years and be in the league? Yeah. But I think they coached him up, Dion and whoever else coached him up, go to the combine, wear your iciest chain, and talk about how you're going to come in and history's going to repeat itself. And you picked up 2 programs that were losing. You're going to do it again. And, I just don't think it helped to not throw at the combine, go to the East-West Shrine game, not play. You had a phone number that you gave out to scouts. You lose the phone. You just start to come off as an entitled Nepo baby coach's son. If I am the New York Giants GM and head coach fighting for my life, I don't need the extra distraction. If I am the New York Giants GM and head coach that say that they have been looking since May at this kid and they have studied every play of Shador Sanders and Jackson Dart, take all that other stuff out of it. Clearly, they made a decision based off of who they thought was the better athlete. I mean, Jackson Dart is bigger than Shador Sanders. He's more athletic as far as his running ability, throwing the ball. Let's hear from Brian Daboll as far as like what he said about the intangibles and things that he saw in Jackson Dart, because that's the most important thing, right? It was always about Brian Daboll getting his choice of quarterback. He wanted Jaden Daniels last year, not able to get it done. They get it done this year to go get Jackson Dart.
There's a process too when he gets here in terms of developing this player. I don't expect him to know everything right off the bat. It's a hard position to play, a hard position to coach, but he has the traits that we look for and covet in a guy to be able to learn and grow. So his expectations coming in is just to improve every day, soak it up like a sponge, learn from the coaches, learn from the veteran quarterbacks in the room, try to improve every day he can in terms of his understanding of the system. And then once we get on the field, the physical part of it, and that's what we're looking for from him right now, is to grow each and every day with a positive mindset. And I think he has the tools physically and mentally to do that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, right there, I'm sold. They just bought themselves some time. 888-808-1019. They just bought themselves some time. I want to see Brian Daboll develop this kid. And it ain't going to take a year, 2 years. You have Russell Wilson for a year. You have Jameis Winston for 2 years. They just bought themselves some time. I see my boy Dre on Twitter wrote to me, 2 years left on a 5-year contract for both coach and GM. They won't be around to see the Dart development. Yes, they will. If Mara was patient enough to not fire them this year with planes flying over the building, a 10-game losing streak, 1 win at home, you got to see it through now. You absolutely got to see it through now. Bob is out in L.A. on the Fan in New York. Hello, Bob.
Hey, Keith, how you doing?
Good. Thanks for calling.
I want to talk about the Giants. I'm a Giants fan, but it's just funny. Like, I'm feeling good about it. And I think one or two picks later, Howie freaking Roseman picks that beast out of Alabama, Jihad Campbell, who looks like he shot out of a cannon. So it's just your team, my team is good, or whatever we're doing tonight. It just sort of brought me back to reality. Like, wait a second, we're with this new.
I didn't even see that. I'm looking now. That kid fell all the way to the Eagles.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Is this thing sped up? Is this thing on fast forward? Nope. That's just him. So they got another one.
They've been struggling to find linebackers for years. N'Kobe Dean, they took out of Georgia. He was hurt. I talked earlier tonight about Zach Bond, what they turned him into. Yeah, get ready for Jihad Campbell. Wow.
Let me go back to feeling good about the Giants. I remember it's probably, whatever it was, 5-10 years ago now, Francesa was still on, and he was talking about all the fans calling in and complaining about Eli. I remember he said this, he's like, I just want to let all you guys know that when Eli retires, we are going to be in the wilderness. And I always remember that, and we have been in the wilderness, man, And I'm just realizing, like, as someone who works in entertainment, if you don't have an actor attached to a movie or a TV show, you're going nowhere. And we haven't really had a leading actor attached. Daniel Jones was not a leading man from the get-go, both personality-wise, talent-wise. And it's just a night and day thing, man. As a Giants fan, I've been checked out. I've been checked out for whatever it was, 5 or 10 years, And the light bulb went on. These guys have 2 or 3 years. This kid might have talent. Abdul, like, it's a night and day light switch, I think. And it doesn't mean we're going to do anything based on the Eagles and everything else.
But it could be the start of coming out of the wilderness for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
We got an actor attached to this project now,
and some movies take 3, 4, 5, 20 years to make. They'll probably take 2 or 3 years. I think we've been schooled and beaten down. We're patient, and we're in the division with the Eagles. But it's just as a fan realizing that it's night and day. Having someone who might be your quarterback and not. We haven't had that in 10 years, so it's really a pretty big night for Giants fans.
It is. Thanks for the call, Bob. I wish you didn't tell me about Jihad Campbell, though. Giants fans, if you're not familiar with Jihad Campbell, number 11 from Alabama, he can play middle linebacker. He can play outside linebacker. He's a monster. He's huge. He's like 6'3", 235. Him being an Eagle is hell. The Eagles are too good at this. Like, he's just another beast added to their team.
At some point, I think we're already there for the most part, but at some point, we need to really discuss this man's resume that he's put together. Between the Super Bowls, rebuilding those teams somewhat in between those 2 Super Bowls. Actually a lot rebuilding those teams. You got a new quarterback, you got an entire new roster essentially outside of the main characters, but he has been able to find the winning formula, which is draft linemen until you have a surplus of linemen and get the best linemen. Don't just pick any guy in the first round. Don't just pick any guy in the second round. Zero in on the guy you like. Find him, bring him in, and make Philly his home. And he has done an absolutely unbelievable job of that. It really is one of those things.
Bro, I'm sick. Jihad Campbell in mock drafts was supposed to go top 20. They had the Tampa Bay Buccaneers taking him on Tankathon at 19. He had a surgery after the combine. And I'm just telling you, when we're talking football, we're going to point to him and Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter and Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean and the rest of these guys that the Eagles draft, and the rich only get richer. James is in Orlando. James, you're on the fan.
Keith, how you doing, brother?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great, Keith. Wow. I was shocked they didn't get Sanders. Like, whoa.
Don't believe the hype. We all believe the hype. We all drank the Sanders Kool-Aid.
Yeah, we drink the Kool-Aid. Yeah, my boy drink the Kool-Aid. But he's off the bat at the mid-stage show. And, oh, my God. I don't know what to feel, Keith. Tell me.
You're a Giants fan?
That's what I feel about this.
You're a Giants fan. You should feel great. You should feel great tonight. You should feel great tonight that you have a competent GM that actually won the draft. I give him an A for this draft today. You should feel great that they had the wherewithal to say, let's not wait for tomorrow. There is no tomorrow for us. We're on the hot seat. Jerry is in Chesterfield, New Jersey. Jerry, you got it. Go for it.
Hey, Keith, what's happening, man? Hey, listen, I'm a lifelong Giants fan, and I don't think I've ever been this excited about a draft pick than my lifetime. Going after Carter, I'm a Penn State alumni, so Carter was an easy pick for me. Let's go after that. Jacksonville was a joke picking Hunter there. But to get back to the draft and get Jackson Dart, you've got to be kidding me. We've won the draft. It doesn't even matter. Saturday, Sunday, we've won the draft.
You killed two birds with one stone. You definitely won the day today. And I didn't know if Shane was able to do that. I didn't know if he had the connections. I don't know if he had the wherewithal. And they had a hell of a poker face. They made it seem like they were done.
It's amazing. The way that we played this, honestly, listen, Shedeur Sanders, great. He's going to be a quarterback in the NFL at some point. But the Giants needed this. We needed a defensive player to come in and be the next Lawrence Taylor, to be the next. The way that I feel like Carter's going to play is going to be amazing. Jackson Dart's going to get a year under his belt. We're going to have Russell play. We're going to come back in next year's draft. We're going to get some pieces here and there. Jackson Dart's going to start in 2 years, and we're going to be competitive for the next 5 to 10 years.
Thanks for the call, Jerry. I don't know what you're going to be yet, but you could have drafted two guys tonight that'll be Pro Bowlers at the same time in a few years. Moose is in Jamaica. Quick, Moose. I'm running out of time.
Hate to pick.
Hate which pick?
Giants fan.
What?
Shedeur led the FBS in completion percentage in college. Tell me he can't complete 67% of his passes in the NFL this season coming up. Done being a Giants fan. Done watching the NFL. Done being games.
I can't end that way. I disagree completely. Lewis in Brooklyn, go for it. You're on the fan.
We're going to pick on Campbell from Philadelphia and Carter from the Giants.
Tyler Booker.
From Alabama.
Yup, who knows him very well. If they want to send him up the middle on a blitz, Tyler Booker's going to be waiting. 3 the hard way. Tyler Smith, Tyler Guyton, Tyler Booker. No. Don't say that, Lewis. That's not a good way to end either. The Dallas Cowboys are not going to the Super Bowl. And if you're done watching the Giants when they actually did think about all the mistakes that this Giants regime made. I don't even have enough time to go through how they fumbled Daniel Jones as far as his exit, his benching, the Nick McLeod issue. Go back to last year with Saquon. They actually look competent. They actually look like they had a full-on plan and executed it. You're mad about Shedeur Sanders? Nobody wanted him. The entire league passed on him tonight. You got your guy twice. Like I just said, you might have picked two guys tonight that are perennial Pro Bowlers in 3 to 4 years together. And I don't know. Big Mac's going to come in and he's going to tell you how he feels. He was beating the table for Shedeur Sanders this week. I don't think he's going to be crying that Shedeur Sanders song. You got your quarterback and you got an edge rusher. Congratulations, Giants fan. Keep McPherson on the fan. I'll be back tomorrow. Peace. Good night. Cowboys get the best guard and meanest player in the draft. Yeah. Shots wanted to get tougher and they just did. Hell yeah. I'm with it. Yo, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you follow. Thanks for rocking with me. I think we set a new record for 2,289 people in the chat. Thank you very much. Have a good night.